Morning, good afternoon, Railtown. Good afternoon, Railtown. I'm live. You're live. We share this time together. And let's talk. Dun, 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 dun. Let's talk. All right, you guys. A young guy like you is going to make a lot of money. He used to say that. He also used to say, now, if you're a young woman, he'd say to the sales assistants, you ought to marry one of these guys. They're going to make a lot of money. He was from a different generation, I guess. Oh boy. All right. Hello, everybody. My little service just gives me 5 quotes that pop up, and then I have to add and look around. But the ones that are up here, we'll go with Railtown first. It's up 5 cents at 56 cents. Nixie's up 7 cents at 168. G-Bucks is up 3 cents at 121.4. Energy Vault is up 1.5 pennies at 106.55. Mountain, MTEN, is down 40 cents at 13.90. I don't know if there's anything else here. Yesterday, somebody here said that you can't trade GTII. I don't know. I know many of you have, but currently it's not showing a bid or ask. But why would it? It doesn't. It trades on what they call the expert market just to fool the judges, my opinion. GDC is up 4.5 cents at 3.35. And what else? That's probably enough, right? Well, I didn't look at Finger. Finger's here. Finger is down a penny at 155.78. Let's go back to the main event. In my judgment, the main event, Railtown 54 to 56.2. The stock opened at 59.37. That's also the high. I was watching. It was 100 shares. It could have been 1,000, but I think it was 100 shares. And then the low, they tried, boy. They tried 49.5, but they're not having any luck. Last time Canada had a holiday, they drove the stock down to 22 cents last time. This time the stock's up. I think that's a pretty good sign of strength. The volume is 370,000 shares, 370.88. I saw 160,000 go across at, I think, $1.57. I may have taken a picture of it. I may not have. Yeah, maybe I did. Maybe I did. 10:03 this morning, 160,000 shares of Railtown, whatever you want to say, was purchased at 57 cents, was sold at 57 cents. 160,000, one block. That's great. If it's one of you that did that, I commend you. That's bravo. You got to own it. One of these days, doesn't look like today, but one of these days, they'll finally get that project done. And we'll start knowing things like, I don't know, we'll get color on revenue. We'll get color on size of the market. We'll get color on all manner of things that matter to all the little girls and boys. What becomes of little boys who never wash their face? Here's where we are. No updates. I didn't do the top 10. I'm kind of conflicted about putting out a top 10, but I'm not saying I won't, but I didn't do it yet. 10,380,000 shares, 7.5%. We in this stock, you in this stock represent, I believe, the largest shareholders that we know about. The last time I looked it up, those were the shareholders, the largest shareholders. Now that could have changed. I looked that up. Marwan Haddad has 15.32%, Corey Brandolini 13.25%, and then it's you. And then it's you. They had one small institutional holder, which I can't read my own writing. I think that's out of date information. You know, a lot of the information that Tony DeNiro did his original due diligence on was out of date, but he says, hey, you got to read it. I'm not telling you not, you should be reading. You should go through the SEC filings. You know, when companies publish their annual reports, their earnings reports, any equity raise that they do, or debt, the prospectus, those are things you should read. That's where you learn. Predict for me, because I'm you know, I took accounting, two courses, cost accounting, and then the other one that's a nightmare. I'm not an accountant. I hate it. I hate accounting. But I did learn enough to know over my career that just because it's in black and white doesn't mean it's true. The accounting, there's a lot of theory in accounting. There's a lot of ways to moving things around and making the story look, I don't want to say untruthful, because I think there's an ethics. It has to be technically true, but accounting can mislead unless you know what you're reading. And I'm smart enough to know I don't know what I'm reading. So I read the management discussion and the footnotes, and those pretty much have to be bloody well true. And you can learn a lot. So I do agree with him that you got to check those filings. But for Tony DeNiro to have you hold off on buying Railtown when it was around 25 cents, give or take, 22 cents, 28 cents, 25 cents, because he didn't know what he was talking about, that he did a real disservice to you. Apparently now, and the data he was reading was old. Why? Because the company's in a quiet period. Now, apparently, I've been told that Tony has spoken with the company 3 times. So I have to emphasize to you, I've never spoken to the company. I've gotten information from public records, press releases, and I've spoken with people that understand the story, but I've never been given a phone call from the company. So you might maybe Tony's your guy now because he's reasonable and he doesn't disagree with people in a disagreeable way. Maybe you go follow Tony. I mean, he's brought you the great, incredible ideas of GME and AMC. But anyway, go listen to Tony. And maybe I should stop doing this. I don't know. I also understand there's a call for you to be investing in NRGV, Energy Vault. Look, guys, I've done a lot of this, but that doesn't mean anything. I've done enough to know that there's always something new. There's always something you don't understand. But in the energy field, which is an area that I've particularly focused on, there's great benefit to having your projects, unless you're a big multinational corporation, to having your projects essentially close together. Now that doesn't always work out that way, but to have them far flung and a little bit disjointed, not necessarily the same thing, you're not picking up any kind of edge. You don't have any edge. I would say, look, I don't want to criticize it. I went through the what do you call it, the deck, and I would say a lot of that stuff is non-core and it should be sold, but they're buying it. And I think it's because it's a SPAC. What SPACs were ways to get people to just put a bunch of money in for cash. And then that money has to be spent over the next year and a half. And if it's not, the money has to be returned. Well, if you go acquire things, and as they put it, they leverage it, they have to leverage those assets to get a 15% IRR. Well, that pays salaries, airline tickets, retirement accounts, medical bills. It pays a lot of things, but that's a pretty mediocre investment for investors. It only leaves the short squeeze. And I spent a lot of time yesterday. I'm not going to do it again today, but I tried to put into evidence that chasing these short squeezes for the last 3 to 5 years has bloody well been a disaster. And I guess if you keep doing it, I showed, I think, 22 out of 24, but whatever it was, something like that, charts. That wasn't all the charts I could have come up with. And I think it pretty much shows that chasing a short squeeze is a mug's bet. It's a Mark's bet. It's a Putz's bet. It's a retail bet. It's a goober's bet. Dare I say it? It's a loser's bet. But people still want to do it. People still want to do it. Hey, it's a free, well, it used to be a free country. As long as you don't talk about the things in your arm and as long as you support Israel, it's a free country. Otherwise, It's not quite the country I remember. But I tried to show you that yesterday, that as an investment strategy, particularly if you're older or younger, I would classify quote unquote investing in the short squeeze place as reckless. I think it's a reckless, and I think that is probably being kind. You're just throwing your money away. I see no edge. I thought there was an edge early on because I thought Ham's information was good, but a lot of his information is Frank Benedetto's information. I don't think Frank's information is any good. I haven't seen anything that tells me he has an edge. One thing Ham does that Frank doesn't do, Ham works his ass off. Ham works hard. I don't get the impression that Frank does that, but I don't know. Again, none of this is personal. You love those guys. If you feel like you need to show your love for these men by putting up 100 grand and turning it into 25 grand, if that's the best way to show your love, show it. I think, though, if you're here to make money, that is disastrous as a strategy. The second thing I tried to show you yesterday was that, unlike, for example, with the buzz around a company, Chinese stocks, for example, Chinese top-up business stocks that are trying to expand in other businesses, or unlike Chinese stocks that sell a wheelchair or have, some other thing. There is no pool of money. There's no wall of capital. There's no tidal wave of De Janeiro pouring in to, let's go sift through smaller Chinese telecom companies. I'm not picking on any. Or let's sift through some Chinese companies that are essentially shell companies and find the best one. Or let's shift through little companies that somehow Frank picked out. How does he screen his companies? Does he have a very serious, a very rigid, I guess, but that's not the word I want, a very I can't think of the word, rugged screening process when he picks CLNV or LNCV, whatever that clean plastic thing, COSM, he picks that, NRGV and MTNN, or is the motive, hey, can you help us out? We hear that you have a big clientele, even though it's Ham's, or in this case, he has access to you guys. We'll give you some stock. We'll give you some money. In and of itself, paying some guy to go tell the story is fine, but he's not being paid to tell you that it's going to be a short squeeze. I don't know if that's what whatever his name is doing. It slipped my head just now. But for you, it's dangerous to your pocketbook to chase these short squeezes. And there's no capital coming from trading desks, investment banks, venture capital firms, the big brain sources of money out of Palo Alto or Chicago. There's no Madison Dearborn. There's no Kleiner Perkins. There's no big, massive raise of money coming to buy the latest idea that some guy that lives in Florida and knows some guy in Dorado Beach and knows Frank Benedetto, and hey, my guys are buying. My guys are buying. And we'll put that all together, and then there's a short, and then we'll have a squeeze. I went through it yesterday. You don't have to go very far in your research to find out that the short squeeze story has a gigantic hole in it. Gigantic. Her name is Dr. Suzanne Trembeth. Suzanne Trembeth, PhD, is a business instructor at Cochise College in southeastern Arizona. Dr. Trembeth started her training in finance and economics at the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. She worked in operations at depository trust and clearing corporations in San Francisco and New York, including Depository Trust Company, a subsidiary of DTCC, a privately run central clearing agency in the United States. She was senior research economist in capital markets at the Milken Institute before forming her own advisory firm. You don't have to look far. Wall Street's not interested in closing this problem. This is how they make their money. It's how they steal. We can get righteously upset. We can be morally outraged, which I am. And I've lost a lot of money personally listening to the theory. But I think it's time to stop investing in the theory of short squeezes. It's a bad theory. Bad theory. And it doesn't mean one can't work. To me, what makes a short squeeze work is a dramatic rise in price, which could come from news, could come from cheating. Longs decided to buy the computers, the exact same computers that the shorts cheat with. It could come from it's basically the only places it could come from. And then once it's in motion, the computers on the sell side can start saying, uh-oh, we better buy in, and it takes off. But it's manipulated. It's hoping for something that already happened. GME and AMC aren't going to happen again. And you're just chasing that. If you have the discipline to hear a story from Ham, I think Ham tells you early on he can't help himself, which I think is the right way to be. If you buy it and he works his ass off, the stock's going to go up. But it's not going to go up, to 3,000 or 3,500. But maybe it goes to 8, maybe it goes to 15. And if you have the discipline to get out or just trade it out as it runs up, ebbs and flows. Just like Robert Cohen at GME is doing. Every time that runs up, he does a deal. Runs up, does a deal. Runs up. But his Frank Benedetto is Roaring Kitty. There's a role for those kind of guys. Doesn't have to be they're bad guys. But I just don't think it's where you should be putting your investable funds. But anyway, the second point that I tried to really emphasize yesterday, and I went on for 45 minutes at least, is to show you how many acquisitions of AI companies are occurring, how many rounds of funding are going into AI companies, hundreds of companies. I remember the number on one, 261 companies. And I think that was first quarter. You can do your own walking down a Google search. You can confirm it. I just got my information by asking simple questions on Google. But there's also a lot of money being raised by private equity and brokerage firms and that you know the name of and you don't, to invest in AI. I showed you that yesterday. And then finally, a lot of the larger companies like NVIDIA, as Ham calls it, NVIDIA, and Microsoft, they have their own venture arms. So one, I think it's a completely flawed idea to try to chase a manipulated stock because you're going to hear about it because you're special. Two, I think the macro agglomeration of capital, and there's a lot of capital on Wall Street, but this huge swelling, this huge direction of capital with smart people who want to do it, who are motivated to do it, who are bidding against each other, isn't going into little Chinese companies. It isn't going into companies that have no business. But if we can bring in a new CEO, he has an app, he's a good guy, we're going to own most of the float, and we're going to trigger a squeeze. There's no money out there for that. None. It's just you. It's just you and some computers, and you're hoping that there's some whales that'll spend $2 or $3 or $4 million, and maybe they have $50 million in cash. So when they turn on the computers, they can make something happen. It's a very lonely, dusty, windblown part of town. On the other hand, in the AI space, because of data centers, because of NVIDIA, and others, because of compute power, because of gigantic leaps in the ability of massive data centers and hardware to process ginormous data flows simultaneously, AI 2.0 is here. It's not riskless. Is it a bubble? Is it promising more than actually is there? Does it become Skynet? There's all things we're going to find out. But what I do see, and I tried to show you yesterday, is that the smart people who think they're smart anyway, the ones that are focused, the ones that already understand the story, are just piling on top of each other to get into AI 2.0. It's just, that's what's happening. Will it end? All things end. But I think you've got at least, I would say at least 18 months ahead. We got to worry about the macro market. We got to worry about competition, all sorts of things. But as a general look ahead, I think 18 months is a reasonable time frame to keep your eyes on. It might extend further, but I think that's, for me, that would be the life cycle of this mania. You would a cycle, one would expect that as the Wall Street players, boys and girls, come back from the Hamptons and far-flung places that they've gone summering, they'll come back after Labor Day, and I would expect there will be massive amounts of product push and ideas presented institutionally and retail across the thundering herd of Merrill Lynch's registered reps, the Morgan Stanleys, somewhat maybe. Morgan Stanley has a better name, but it's just an agglomeration of similar people, but they don't call it a thundering herd. I don't know what they call it. But then you've got your other brokerage firms. Then you're going to have all your wealth advisors and registered rep reading the same materials, the same education. That, I think the training has been happening all year. I think coming after Labor Day, that's when the money's going to start being in motion. From September to the middle of December. People are going to make their years. They're going to get their commissions. They're going to have their payouts. And that's the next part of this AI 2.0 cycle. Next year, I think as you come around the next year, there'll be some sifting. Did that new fund, did the Kathy Ark fund come in the top 5%, or was she at the bottom where she belongs? Or did the new Goldman Sachs Gold is in AI 2.0 fund come in with the top 2% because they cheat? Or did the Merrill Lynch Asset Management AI 2.0 opportunity bust fund come in the top quartile? It'll all sift out, but as it sifts out, they'll come into the first quarter next year, and they'll be banging on there'll be a holiday, but they'll come into the first quarter and they'll be banging on the doors, trying to get money to move, institutional money, retirement money, retail money, new ideas. And I think all of Q1, Q2 will be dedicated primarily to AI 2.0. Now, in the background, I think you're gonna have the final 42, 43 year blow off top to our stock market. In the background, we might have war. Of course, we've got to go do. Apparently, one of the senior members of the Likud party led Israelis chanting into the sacred Muslim mosque. Hey, they got a right to defend themselves. That's America. That's it. Stop talking it. We can't do squat. The children are dying in Gaza. But hey, we're America. You got to support Israel because Israel, they've been doing it for thousands of years, whatever the rationalization is, and we can't do squat. Well, there's a risk that's where we're going. There's a risk we're going to war with the Soviet Union. This is insanity because Hillary Clinton lost an election. We should be cooperating with Russians and Putin. Putin has never broken his word to us. We have broken it to the Soviet Union. But hey, so those are two things we can't predict. I also think coming into next year, eventually, we're already seeing it, but I think there's going to be a mania into gold and silver and those kind of investments. I actually thought that would be happening this year. And there is some education going on. There is some headlines about that kind of thing, but it's nothing compared to what Wall Street is focused on AI 2.0. That's what they're focused on. Data centers. It could be defense. It could be oil and gas and mining. But for now, I see the next 18 months focused on AI 2.0. You always got to be ready to change your point of view. That's my thesis. Now, the primary focus is going to be that. So you're going to have January, February, March, April, May. And I bet next year is a sell in May and go away kind of year, maybe. You know, when you're making predictions about the future, it's pretty tough. But I bet all of the AI 2.0 flood of money and investments happens after Labor Day to Hanukkah. And then after, I don't know, Martin Luther King Day to June 1, something like that. The summer will be slow. And then they come back from Labor Day next year. And we'll find out what's happening with AI 2.0 then. I think that's when a lot of the mergers and acquisitions, the consolidation, the numbers start showing up. And if it's as strong as projected, that might be when a lot of people who get in, to use terms that aren't technically correct here, but they are what I'm seeing. If you buy into Railtown now, you're getting in at a pre-IPO price. Obviously, there's no IPO, but that's effectively what's going on. You're getting in at a venture capitalist round price before the next funding, or it goes IPO. You're getting in at a pre-funding round. In other words, you're doing it before they go to the market for the huge slugs of funding at a much higher price. So Railtown, ironically, because of the delays, which I've shown my frustration with, my frustration, by the way, it's not at the company. It's not even really at the attorneys. My frustration is that the market is so corrupt in the United States that these guys can come steal your money, steal your brains, steal your hearts. And, you know, they put their hand in your chest to take your heart out and leave you standing there gasping, and they go on about their lives. They just don't care. But you listen to them. And so I get frightened, really frightened. The longer we're out over the ledge and nothing is happening, there's no information coming from the company. It's not technically true. They've been diligent in putting out news releases. But the news releases are puffery until they can slot in there, what's the revenue? And they can't talk about revenue in a quiet period. So we're in this limbo that's mandated. It has to be that way by the SEC. But the SEC doesn't care about what the criminals do. The SEC, in my judgment, encourages criminal behavior in our markets. We know that. What's left to learn? What's left to learn? So that's a lot of my frustration, is real fear that you're going to be picked off one by one. And you're obviously, when I say you're going to miss out, I'm giving you my projections. There's no guarantee of anything, but I feel very strongly you're going to miss out. And I don't want that to happen. So that's been a lot of my frustration. But the delay has given us a chance to continue buying the stock, pardon the expression, at a pre-IPO price, at a pre-money round. And we're coming in at the R&D price. The stock has barely shown life, and we're still able to buy at that price, where people were buying 5-6 years ago had to wait for half a decade. Now, they may have paid, I don't know, 15 cents, but the difference between 15 cents and 70 cents is is going to look like nothing, in my judgment, a year and a half from now. Now, there's one of the reasons I got really frustrated with Tony DeNiro, who went off half-cocked without knowing anything and decided to say, whoa, put the brakes on. Well, for many of you, it cost you at least half your position. The only thing we have right here as retail, the only thing we have to try to see around the corner. We have to try to understand the lay of the land, and we have to be able to act now. That's our arbitrage. Our arbitrage is we put the money in now, and we have to go through that uncomfortable period of waiting. You saw the professional guy the other day. I think I wrote his name down. Free stock alerts. He said, I'm going to wait till it goes to 70 cents before I buy. Well, that's a professional trader, because then he's willing to pay more because his money's not dead money. But this is a guy that sits in front of his computer all the time. He's always trading. He's got information flow. He's getting phone calls from everybody. And he also has internal research, internal data. They probably have squawk box calls. I don't know his setup. But that's not us. So his arbitrage is, he's got a lot of money, and I can trade it. And as soon as things break out, I'm going to be the first one there. That's where he's trying to arbitrage. He's trying to be the first mover as things break out. Well, I've never found any system other than this criminal one that's going on every bloody day. The toad. I've never found that any system works long term. But the markets are completely marshmallow now. There's nothing you can rely on. But what we can do is get in early. Tony, I think, robbed that from you. And that upset me. Upset me a great deal. Because he went off half-cocked, not knowing what he was talking about. And he doesn't take responsibility for it. He says, oh, I don't give advice. Well, I don't think that was true. Damn it. I don't think that was true. And then I get upset. Yesterday, I was accused of not being loyal. This is about money. It's about money. I've gotten very agitated at 2 or 3 people who have come in trying to glom on to, hey, bang the drum, Railtown. Even Tony now is all for it. I don't want to put words in his mouth. Go watch his videos. He has better information than I do. He talks to the company. But he has no judgment. He has good information, but no judgment. That's relevant. He has no judgment that's relevant. But they want to peel you off to the latest short squeeze story, the latest, hey, we've got some whales and we can buy some more stock. Once the stock's up, it's going to have to be bought in. I don't know how many times you need to hear that before you can admit that it doesn't work. Doesn't mean it won't work one time, but in general, it doesn't work. So I've been very upset and agitated at that because I've wanted you with all my being, for some reason. I cannot explain why this matters to me. But with all my being, I want you to get out of this because you're being you're being misled. I'm not naming these guys, but as a general dynamic, of the market, it's misleading you, not anyone personally. And you're going to get wiped out. And the opportunity cost is, pardon the English, is going to cost you. The thing you can do right now to make up your losses and to go green and look back and say, I learned something, is to own Railtown, in my judgment. But we have to get in early. That's our trade-off. We have to get in early. Tony tried to take that away from you. The stock went to 70 cents. Now it's 55 cents. And he's saying that sounds like good risk reward. Hey, Tone, what about at 22 and 25 cents? But anyway, like I say, I mean, at least he's turned positive. Frank Benedetto likes Railtown. I think Ham likes, I don't know. I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. You can follow them. But just trying to summarize the first 3 points I've made. One, the short squeeze story is highly suspect. Two, investing in that crescent of stocks, you're really betting on the ability of someone behind the scenes putting it all together, click, 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 and tumble by tumbler by tumbler, it goes in place, and then you can pull the safe open, and you unlock the magical formula. Well, that may be one way to go, but you're gonna miss on Railtown. Railtown, on the other hand, yes, it's a small price stock. Yes, it's trading on the over-the-counter market. And yes, why did they go that way in the first instance? Why is there a large short position? These are all interesting questions. I've tried to find answers. Company doesn't talk to me, they talk to Tony. But I think it's all a quiet period. So I don't think, we'll just have to wait and find out. But I would submit to you what's happening behind the curtain, but now in front of the curtain. The orchestra is warming up, click, 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 a little bit of the oboe, a little bit of the drum, people moving their chairs. The ushers are bringing in the audience. The lights are going up a bit and starting to dim. The curtains were open, they've closed. The voices are rising, the hubbub, 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 hubbub. And this is the capital. This is the talking, the minds of people around the world getting ready to just watch the opera of all of it, the music, the costumes, the singing, the French or the Italian or the Russian language, but then it's translated in English, and everyone is held in attention, and the place overflows. No room to be. That is AI 2.0. So despite all the things I'm perhaps saying that I think are negative about these other collective of stocks, that isn't happening there. You're showing up there and you're at the soup kitchen it's early in the day, so nobody's in. And, there's a couple of larger women slopping around on cleaning the floor. And maybe there's a big, strong guy with a big bucket full of potatoes and celery and carrots and broth trying to cook it. And they're setting up the long folding tables for when everybody comes in, but it's just they shuffle in. There's no interest. There's no hubbub. Just a few people. It's not where the action is. The action is over where the drama is. And the last lady hasn't even begun to sing. They're just warming up. So my point is, there's no rescue of a huge tide to lift all boats. There's nothing coming. There's nothing coming from Wall Street, London, the Middle East, China, Canada, Switzerland. There's nothing coming to lift or go in and brighten up the soup kitchen. But the fancy ladies and the high-stepping gentlemen and the children and the grandparents and the ushers, and they're all flooding in to the opera house. That's where the music's going to start playing. That's where the singing is going to come. That's where the arias are going to ring out. So with all that energy, I think many of the AI companies are going to go up. Are they all going to be the best ones? Are they all going to be the wiener? We don't know. But hundreds have been funded so far, and I bet by the time it's done, thousands will have been funded. If I had to guess, it'll be like crypto, it'll be like the .bomb time frame. 10 or 15% will survive as the unicorns, they call them. The rest, a lot of them will be bought out. Like, what was that one called? Go Seek You, that Microsoft paid, I don't know, $250 million for decades ago to Seek You or something. And it completely bombed, but they bought it. I think there'll be a lot of that. A lot of the AI companies that are bought won't work out that well. But in the meantime, as all this crowd comes in, these, the sandwiches, the caviar, the drinks, the playbooks, they're all going to be bought. There's just going to be money after money going after everything. So I think all the AI companies are going to feel the uplift. So then it comes down to why Railtown? It comes down to that specific question. Why Railtown? It is an over-the-counter stock. These guys want you to think it's just like the other stocks. I don't think it is. I think Railtown will not be under $1 for very much longer. And I think once Railtown crosses the $5 price level, Tony made fun of me. I don't think now that he talks to the company, I don't think he would, but whatever. I said something along the lines of, it could go to 5, 7, 11, and I might have said 15. I can't remember how he quoted me. And I said, the news might be so good that you don't want to sell. And he ridiculed that. Because he didn't know what he's talking about, and he doesn't have any judgment. I'm old enough to have seen this kind of thing before. Doesn't mean I'm right. Doesn't mean I'm right. But I think you're in the right place, the right industry, the right sector where everything's happening. That's where the brain power is. You don't even have to pitch a deal to these people. They want to hear it. They want to invest. So you're in that milieu of excitement and money. But then the question is, why Railtown? Well, one of my basic answers is, I don't really know all those other stories. So I can get fooled. I can get fooled by, a slick salesman or, hey, they're going to do this. Hey, it's AI, it's all the buzzwords. One. Two, so one reason I'm focused on Railtown AI is it's the story I know, and it's the one that I've been presenting to you for, I think, 9 months. So that's one reason. The second reason, a very simple reason, it's like how girlfriends pick their boyfriends, apparently, according to Gene Simmons of KISS. I heard it on an interview. But if a guy has a hot chick, that's how he was talking about it, not exact words, as his girlfriend, the other girl's going to say, I want him. She's not going to do any studying because she figures the other girl's already done the homework. I don't know if it's true, but it was interesting enough that I've remembered it. And I forgot my point right now on that. Yeah, I forgot my point. So the first thing is, I know it. Second thing is, the second read, that's why it is. It's very inductive. I think that's the correct word. It's not particularly complicated. When Railtown joined AI Partnerships Corp, it was, I think, the 165th company to join the network of companies. Well, AI Partnerships Corp was founded by a few people. This guy, Mike Norbega, and I apologize to him because I'm not sure I'm pronouncing or getting his name correctly. I'll show it to you later out of respect. And Dr. Tom Core and John Ruffalo. Well, these guys at various different levels all have backed the incubation of technology stocks, all have funded technology stocks, all do know how to acquire stocks at the benefit of shareholders, unlike Tony De Niro. But Tony would have you wait because his brain is thicker than molasses. He can't figure it out. So you have to wait until he figures it out. It's a bad investment strategy because this AI thing is going to go to the fleet. The winners will be the fleet, the first to act. That's the funny thing. You act and then you wait. But so my second reason is John Ruffalo and the rest of his team said, hey, buy us. We want to join up with you. So that convinces me that the conductor product, the Railtown product, just like Gene Simmons was talking about, the girlfriend and the other girl, that convinces me just by watching that if John Ruffalo is associated with conductor, it's good enough for me. I think that makes Railtown one of the winners in the coming funding competition and in the coming scramble. I don't even think it'll be hard for them. The scramble for annual recurring revenues. And then thirdly, why Railtown is, I think, the founders of Railtown, Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad and others, set out to solve a real problem, set out to be first and best with an AI agent ready for the AI, the compute power. And they specifically said, let's do it early. Let's be ready. So you're seeing a marriage of preparation. It's going to look like luck. That's what these other guys want you to think. It's just luck. No, it's you're getting on with these, I think all these men, and I think they're mostly men. There might be some women in these two companies, outside of HR. They're bringing a lot of skill, experience, and genius, and they're ready, and it's matching. It's the perfect storm, the perfect wave. So I think the idea of coming up with the first in class, the best in class, the first mover of an AI agent, there's many tools they have, but specifically designed for software development to locate bugs, fix the bugs, study the software and solve any problems in the software, upgrade software, install new software, translate software, use all the matters of data out there, whether it's, I don't know, from HAL in Space Odyssey 2001 or Fortran or all these other things I don't even have a clue of, or it's just something you doodled on your iPad. They can process it all, your voice. I think that is what we're hitching our ride to. Why does that impress me? Because it is the single largest problem or risk problem or desire of all the corporations in the world is giddy up and catch up in the AI area. And it's the largest market in the world. By definition, there's little competition to Railtown if, in fact, they're first to market, best in class, and world class, I guess, same thing. There's little competition to their claiming the beach first and a broad swath of it. Now, there's obviously going to be competition, but because they thought ahead, because they're doing what we had to do, they had to be early. Remember that movie, 3 Ways to Win? Be smarter, be early, or cheat. Well, I think they're smarter and they were early. So anyway, they're solving a problem in the world's biggest addressable market. That sounds great to me. You just have to get a little slice of that pie. And then I guess the final piece that we know about is AI Partnerships Corp. What are you buying there? What is that? Well, it's 165 AI companies in a network, but what's the idea behind it? What's the kernel behind it? I think it's OMERS it's these other guys in Ruffalo. It's the emulation of what they saw happen with Constellation software applied writ large and writ fast and writ exponentially over this new explosive area of AI 2.0. Now, you may poo-poo the idea that AI 2.0 is going to change our lives. I think I was a little like that until my colleague at the office I used to work sent the Morgan Stanley analysts pitch on AI, and because I used to subscribe to him, I got the pitch from James Altucher about AI 2.0. I no longer think that you should hesitate on AI 2.0 because it is going to revolutionize lives. Could fortunes be lost? Sure. They were made and lost in every great transition. Altucher says something like, this is the biggest technology change, boom, wealth creating opportunity in 150 years. I don't know what he's talking about. Is he talking about the cotton gin, getting rid of slavery? Could be oil. Rail, maybe he's talking about. Who knows? But he says it. In 150 years, it's the technology that'll create more wealth. He says AI 2.0 will make crypto look like a ripple. That's what he says. The guy at Morgan Stanley's talking about how AI 1.0, my interpretation, and I'm no genius at processing anything computational, but AI 1.0 was kind of gathering the data, collecting all the information, and then using it in very dumb ways that to us seem amazing, but it's just brute processing of all that data. AI 2.0 is the next step or the next steps. And it will lead to taxis, robotics, and all sorts of other things, changes in healthcare, changes the way you can. One of the problems with experimentation, particularly on human beings, is if you make a mistake, you kill the human being. We can't do that. But AI 2.0 can let us set up an ethereal human being with all the characteristics, and we can start poking and prodding and giving it drugs or giving it an electroshock therapy. We can try things on it. And that applies to so many industries. This is AI 2.0. And into this milieu, I use that word again, comes this conductor project that helps companies create their software and keep it from breaking down. That's the Railtown. But in comes the idea. And I haven't spoken to any of them. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Check with Tony. They speak with Tony. He's got a massive following. And, the reason that he came in with doubt and now he's turning, that's the guy to talk to. Sorry for my intemperateness. But they're taking that model of Constellation software, rolling up a bunch of tiny market, maybe mature software companies. They're taking that model and they're putting it across, at first, 165 companies, and there's no reason why they can't go after hundreds or thousands more to roll up the best of those technologies going after AI 2.0. I think it's sheer genius. They're ahead of the curve. They're in early. And if AI 2.0 is the biggest technological change and the biggest wealth creation change in 150 years, that's a pretty big statement. AI Partnerships Corp, the network of 165 companies to start up with that are going to roll up into the parent company. Now, Tony can't figure out how to do it. So you better wait till he figures it out. But he can't figure out how are they going to, they're going to need a lot of money to buy AI partnership. Are they going to get it done? The partnership doesn't need a lot of money. These men are motivated by owning the upside. It's just a matter of striking the deal. Where the calculations and the formula and how do you do it is the roll up. Well, the model is Constellation Software. And guess who funded Constellation Software? OMERS, Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System, and John Ruffalo. That company went from $25 million, I don't know what the whole ball of wax was capitalized at, but $25 million, $100 billion today, without issuing a lot of stock. Tony can't figure that out, so you better wait till he figures it out. But I think it's one of the most exciting acquisitions, or who's buying whom? Who's buying whom? It's one of the most exciting combinations I've ever heard of. You have the best in class, first in class, and first to market conductor solving one of the most urgent and critical needs and solving the desires of corporations around the world in software development, matching up with the model of acquiring revenue streams that are going to potentially blow your mind, and doing it early, being the first, doing it well, having a model to replicate. I think it's the most exciting story that ever could be presented to us. But we hesitate because Tony pisses on it. I don't know. Let's not go on the negatives. I think you're going to see that in large part what I'm describing, part of it's my interpretation. A lot of it I've had the good help of many friends explaining things to me. They understand the business better. Many of them put posts on Twitter, which I recommend you follow. Others work in the background. It's not me. It's not me. It's just that what I'm describing, I can only go with what I see. Once it gets out of the quiet period, you're not going to need my interpretation. It'll be there in black and it'll be there and exciting to see. So anyway, what I tried to do yesterday, and I've tried to do all along, is to let you know that Railtown is not one of these other companies. I've also tried to shield you, although you're all adults, I've tried to shield you from what I see as the trickery. I'm not saying specific names, but the trickery of that system. They're here to pick your pocket. Yours is the only pocket they can pick. It's the only one they can pick. And Railtown is the way out of that. And I'm very proud of you. I mean, we have 10 million shares, 7.5% of the company. You've done an amazing job. I don't think you're going to have much longer to wait. Could it be September? Yes. I thought this would be kind of out of its quiet period. I thought in May. And then when it came into June, my internal clock was saying it's got to be June. And then I was absolutely darn sure it was going to be July. Well, at the risk of being wrong again, not only do I think it's going to be August, if I had to pick when, I'd say this week. There's vacations to get to, boy. So anyway, I don't know if I said everything I wanted to say, but I wanted to lay out again what I've been trying to do and what I tried to do yesterday, because I've made a lot of assumptions and made a lot of statements about Railtown, AI 2.0, and the whole financial market behind it. And I've criticized the strategy that we've all been in the middle of. And I think we have to leave behind. We have to grow up. There is a season. Turn, turn, turn. The worst song ever. But the Bible verse is good. So let's go on. Let's move on. GDC's up 16, Nixie's up 9, fingers down a penny. GTII, which apparently you can't trade in the United States, even though some of you do, is flat, but it doesn't have a bid and an ask. Energy Vault is up half a penny on a lot of volume, 500,000 shares. And Mountain, Minting, is always a popular item, down 20 cents, 30,000 shares. I think a billionaire is coming in there to buy a lot of stock. Guys, I'm not picking on any person. It's not personal, but I am ridiculing the basic stories. Railtown it really is a stock that if you buy it, some of all this is just going to happen while you're walking your dog or golfing or hunting a moose, or you decide to take a 2-month cruise. Let's see where Railtown is. 386,000 shares, 55 to 56. Doesn't look so fun for the shorts today on this holiday. I'm going to go through your comments and then try to show you a few things. And I've been drinking coffee, so I might have to take a break to quickly, pee. Hey, Bill Michael. Hey, Danny. Welcome here. Hey, Eddie Eagle. Thanks for showing up. Julius Quam, thank you for being here. I do need a haircut. There's no question about that. I need a haircut. Which one should I get cut? I was thinking right here, a couple right here to get cut, but I might get it all of it cut. Hey, Donna. She says, good morning to all of you. Ralph Fan. I'm doing better, but it's a weird thing. You go from the scream out loud pain and the, oh my gosh, pain, and it gets better, but then you settle in with kind of the aches and pains, which is okay. Aches and pains is okay. I was able to walk yesterday for the first time in, I don't know, 10 days or something. No, it has to be less than that. 7 days, a week. Hey, Matt. Let's go, everybody. Hey, Matt. All right, you guys. Pizza Rules says hi to the RLAF crew. Vinman says Tony is a former actor. I wonder if he's born in October. I think it's pretty cool for people to be an actor, but I just never. I wish, you imagine you could be one of those famous, wealthy people, but acting never really got me. So it's 3,000 by 2,995, 54 by 56.2. One of the things that's happening in Railtown is, and I think I did the calculation, but it's probably missing here. Let me just do it again. The stock is 71 cents at the close, Canada, right? And it doesn't trade there. So if you convert 71 cents to Canadian, that's Canadian to US. That's 51.54. So that's kind of your floor on how they could sell it off today. They don't have the courage. And then look at it. The stock is actually up. I don't think it looks good for the for the shorties. I don't think it looks good. Giuseppe, I have Fidelity make me wait. I called in and told the rep, I heard things. Hey, flying bus driver. Add a few more last few. Oh, you're the best. Total 51,000. Thank you very much, flying bus driver. Glad that those two switches, those engine on, engine off switches are working in your plane. There was a plane that took off, was it Dulles Airport to Munich, Dreamliner? It got to 10,000 feet and one of its engines turned off. I don't know. Maybe there's something wrong with the, maybe it's the hardware or the software. I don't know. I'm just glad they work. I thought the whole point of investing in stock is to make money. Absolutely, Volder Snort. I think that's right. Well, let me put it that way. That's what the other side's doing. They come in here to do all their thing. It's to make money. Wow, the bid's going up on Railtown. 56.2, 36,324, and the ask is 56.21 for 3,500. And I ask you, if you were selling, wouldn't you just go down there and hit it for 0.0001 difference? I would. It's not a real sell order, in my judgment. Ward Richardson, is it your order this morning? I knew it was. I'm going to tell Ward what he paid. Congratulations. Ward paid On 5,000, Ward paid 57 cents. And on 160,000, Ward paid 57 cents. And that's a good lesson that Platinum Blonde doesn't get. Right now, Ward, you were able to go in and buy 165,000 without moving the market. I don't think that's going to be true. Number one, I think it's going to be at much higher prices, and I don't think it's going to be true in the future that you can go buy 100,000 shares without moving the market. So bravo for you. I think that's the greatest, that's an act of, I guess, courage, but it's an act of foresight that you're going to be well pleased with. Ward, that's great. I thought it might be you. I wish I had that many shares. Good gosh. You are going to be one of the people I have to say sir to. That is a great trade. That is a fantastic trade. I'm Yellows. I'm Yellows. I'm Yellows of Ward. Marty Party. All right, Marty. I get to update. I'm excited. I get to update the numbers. I like it. Good job, Marty. Thank you. Hey, Steve, no more 2 for $1. I agree, but it's still cheap. My opinion. You know, the thing is, I think Railtown will be cheap at $5. I think it'll be cheap at $10. But then you don't buy as much, you know? That's just the thing. That's just the thing. Ryan Sartell. Let's just buy all the shares. Well, we're getting there. Here's Richard K. He has something to say on MMTLP. Hi. I miss Lucky Boy. Is Paul Atkins feeling the pressure to resolve failure delivers? I don't think so. I don't think so. But I've heard, I haven't been on those space calls because it wasn't about me. No, just kidding. I got out of the habit, and some of my calls were longer, but I started feeling that I shouldn't make my views clear, that I'm not all that optimistic for a settlement of size, and I'm not all that optimistic for a settlement soon. So why go on those calls and say that? That's just a big downer. So I decided it was best not to. I think people there, you know it on those calls, so smart, so hardworking, so well informed, and there could be a breakthrough. There could be a breakthrough, but Richard, I think the best way to make your MMTLP money back is Railtown. It's just, that happened. I've given it my grieving time. I've worked on it, but I wouldn't say give up on it. But if Railtown can make us collectively some extra dosh, you know, we can hire people to do the work and hire lobbyists and hire letter writers. But that's how I see the way out. I also think Nextbridge can be very successful, but they're under attack. They're under attack. I don't know everyone's situation, but I got hit pretty brutally by these these corrections. I think I think it was just the end of these stories. So my account's not very big. It's going to be hard. I'm going to need real performance to get in the green if I add it all in. But that's my situation. Other people's situation, if you own enough Railtown, it may not take that long to get in the green. And then I think it'll start paying for everything we've gone through. And you might be one of those, I don't know. For me, I've got the list, the MMLP, what is it? MMTLP, CRTD, GTII, FNGR, and I think there's one more. Anyway, to recover all that for me is probably not going to be in the first, if it's a multi-stage, I don't know, call it a rocket, multi-stage rocket, I'm probably not getting into the green in the first move. Maybe not the second, but you guys can. And if you get in the green, you then can start feeling better about your account, kind of letting go, let God take care of the MMTLP a little bit. I think you have to engage, because these people who have put up money and time and energy and devotion shouldn't be abandoned. And I'm still there. I'm still ready and willing to help. I just found that what I was doing was ineffective, and I didn't think it was helpful to come on and just express what I believe, which is I think enough time has gone by in the MMTLP situation that if it even gets to court, the other side will say, Your Honor, we don't owe very much. Because I don't think any judge is going to say that a group, this is how they'll paint it. This is how the other side will paint it. That a group of speculators deserves to get a return on a short squeeze. I just don't see that happening. So then it's Nextbridge, and I fought for a long time trying to educate people to move your shares to Nextbridge, but Double D was very effective in freezing everybody like deer in a headlight, as if that's the best decision. And so it really has weakened Greg's ability to fight the battle. But bravo for Double D, bravo. He's got his agenda. Everybody's got their agenda. But I don't see a settlement or any pressure coming. Court's a little different. I mean, apparently Mark Bazile made progress, considerable progress with Anna, Queen of Trades. I'm not enough of a lawyer to tell if that's significant or not, or if that's just a dance to distract our energy. But if they find fraud at TradeStation, or if Wes Christensen finds fraud at Fidelity, or if someone finds fraud at FINRA or self-dealing, well, that blows the dome off the Capitol. But it's still going to be a fight. It's still going to be years away. And Richard, I'm telling you, I think the S&P's headed up, 8,500. I think the Dow's headed up, 65,000. I think NASDAQ's going to 30,000. I think the Russell's going to 4,000. I think gold's going to 5,000. I think silver's going to 120. And I think that could all happen before Labor Day. On the other hand, it could happen before Thanksgiving. On the other hand, it could happen before Hanukkah. On the other hand, it could happen before Elvis Presley's birthday. On the other hand, it could happen by International Workers' Day. But whenever it happens, that's it. It's over with. And this market that you've come to just take for granted is going to go through convulsions. My opinion, the indices, or at least one of them, will correct 95% in a sell-off that makes people sick to their stomach. It won't stay down there. That's just the extreme as everyone's panicking, as everyone's liquidating everything to try to get collateral. That's why I think we're at war with Russia and war with Iran. We need more collateral. The banking system is, I hate the word, levered to the max. And if it pops, they're going to sell everything, trying to be the bank that recovers enough collateral so it can survive. I think I don't know if it'll be the Dow or the NASDAQ or all of them. I think they'll go down 95%. But then it'll bounce back. It'll be a change in leadership, and the indices will never go back to the highs that I just described, probably for 20 years, 30 years. But they'll have a nice enough recovery that everybody's stable, life goes on, and it'll be fine. It'll be a little bit of a roller coaster. My opinion, you're going to transition from all of this into new leaders. Now, where AI fits in that, do all the Mag 7 get new PE ratios, or all of them except for NVIDIA, or I don't know, that's their scramble. But I think we're going to go into a world where in the United States, there's no leadership in the world anymore. Nobody trusts the United States. We have hitched our wagon to Israel. We have hitched our wagon to a murderous, genocidal psychopath named Benjamin Netanyahu. Or it's our deep state. I don't know which. But whatever it is, even Putin's had enough. He was hopeful of Trump. I still think Trump's onto something. I think he's trying to get something done that he can't talk about. I still have faith in him that way. But the world there's a vacuum of leadership. So there's a lot of jockeying. Is it going to be Russia? Is it going to be India? Is it going to be China? Is it going to be the Vatican? Is it going to be Israel? Who knows? But there's no leadership in the world right now. So, war. And hopefully we get away without having too much war. But the new world, and I think Trump knows this, and I think he's okay with it. I'm okay with it. It's going to be a multipolar world. And I think his discussion of Panama Canal, Greenland, and Canada recognizes that the world is probably going to break into North America, I don't know, the Slavophile problem still exists. Is Russia European or is it Asian? But let's call it Eurasia. And obviously, to me, Victoria Nuland, Anthony Blinken, Hillary Clinton, all functional idiots, drove Russia away. So with all its resources and hard work and smart people, I think Russia's going to turn toward Asia. But so it'll be some sort of Eurasian thing, and then maybe Southeast Asia. It might be China. I don't know how the subcontinent fits in. I would imagine South America remains a satellite of North America until Brazil or one of those countries rises. I'd prefer Brazil stays weak so that the Amazon forest can continue to clean the atmosphere, but see what happens. Africa has the most dynamic and youngest population. And if the colonial powers can stay away, maybe Africa can, there can be leadership coming out of Africa. I just don't know which country that would be or which combination of countries. But anyway, there's going to be a jockeying for a new multipolar world. In that world, the term I hear that describes it, there's going to be a reshoring. Reshoring. We're going to bring industry back to the United States. We're going to bring infrastructure back to the United States. It's going to be all about the base, no treble. And it's coming back. And in that environment, I think you're going to see the indices be dominated not with finance and a bunch of people that can manipulate and bring you EBITDA and beta and alpha and gamma and all this crap. I think it will be real industries. It'll be oil and gas. It'll be farming. It'll be water. It'll be if we can ever get away from these criminals, it'll be new ideas, new technologies here in the United States. Otherwise, they'll just keep stealing, pay no taxes. We'll spend our money defending 6 million maniacal people in Israel, and we'll get nowhere. They'll have free health care. They'll have all the weapons, and we'll be struggling with red dye in our children's cereal. I don't know. It sounds like a great future. But I think what's coming is a commodity boom and an oil and gas boom. I think oil will go to $500, $600, $700, $800 a barrel. I think gold will probably touch as high as $100,000 an ounce. But remember, a lot of that will be because the dollar becomes worthless. I think silver, believe it or not, will go to par with gold in the panic. I think a monster box of silver, you might be able to buy an apartment building. Hell, you might even be able to buy an office building downtown New York City with 1,000 ounces of silver. I don't know. It's going to be incredible. Where does AI fit in? We'll find out. We'll find out. It'll fit in. It'll fit in. I don't know why I got off on all that. So, Richard, I don't think there's zero settlement coming, in my judgment, in any soon time frame that matters. I think we're running out of time to reorient our lives and our portfolios and get ready for the panic that's coming. Everything you all are doing should be ready for the panic that comes, whether it's war or it's natural disaster, the Anunnaki or an asteroid belt, or financial crisis, it's coming. And I want you resilient, strong enough, spiritual enough, healthy enough, and of a framework that you can get through the panic. Panic doesn't last very long, but man, can it change things, particularly if you're out in the open. You can be killed in panic. But after the panic, in comes the dullness and the acceptance and the pain and the listlessness and the hopelessness but if you have prepared your financial house, even just a bit, and your framework, you're ready in that new world to come into it where you are here, or better off, but you can establish yourself and your family. And it just boils down to thinking of yourself as your own central bank, thinking of yourself as your own source of strength. Get out of the debt-based system. Get out of debt, probably all debt. It's debatable on your mortgage, but probably. Get away from these bastards. Get out of all these people picking your pockets. Try to build a substantial account. I think Railtown is where to do it. Silver, I love, but you'll notice I haven't talked about silver for 2 months because I want to be clear with everyone here. There's only one thing known in this, pot of high-risk junk, and this pot of 2 pots. High-risk junk that doesn't work, and speculative, which right now you have to say Railtown's in the speculative pot, but I think Railtown very quickly is going to come into the medium risk, pot. Is going to go up, but everything should be in Railtown right now. And I love silver, but I just don't want to confuse you. I've noticed if I talk about too many things, if I have too much nuance, people say, well, you didn't say that. You said that. I'm being clear. Move everything to Railtown. That's in this kind of space. I'm not saying sell your jet or sell your mother-in-law or sell your prize pony. Don't reorient your life, but Railtown is the way to establish over the next 18 months. And by the way, the time frames for everything can be stretched out, but to establish that you are your own financial strength. And the most important thing of it is attitude, vision, health, but it's also get away from how the banking system is just picking your pocket every way it can. Every way it can. Credit cards. If you buy a car on borrowed money, number one, you're overpaying for the car. Number two, you're paying 23% if you got shit credit. You know the rule of 7? I think I do. If you're paying 23%, I think your debt doubles every 3 years. So if you don't pay it off quickly, you bought 2 cars instead of 1. Well, you paid twice the price for the same car. This debt, the London, Tokyo, New York debt-based banking system is in its last throes. That's why we're going to war. And the debt's going to come down, boy. And there will be asset depreciation. There will be all sorts of changes. But you know what? Like that horrible song, all you need is the air that you breathe. And to love you, all I need is the air that I breathe. All you need is basically all the good things that God created. Blue sky, green grass, friendly animals, an occasionally nice human being, clean water. We'll get through it. But my point, Richard, is the changes are coming so quickly that I think, and they're going to be so devastating, they're going to be so dramatic. I think if you spend more than just a bit of your time on MMAT or MMTLP, you're not going to be ready. And I think you need to separate, rend that part of your story of the hurt. You just got to let it go. Because I just don't see any settlement before the markets crash. And if you're not ready for that market crash, I think it could be next year, but it could be later. Who knows? But if you're not ready, you think you got hurt by MMTLP? If you're not ready for what's coming, the pain and the loss will become unrecoverable. The only thing that's going to allow you to pass through the panic, the storm, even if it's 500 ounces of silver or 100 ounces of gold or land, that you have fruit growing on and a cow and some chickens, and the water, you're closest to the top. So the water, no one's blocking the fresh water that flows down. Only you can think of it. But if you're not ready and you're still thinking about MMTLP, the hurt that's coming is going to be much worse than MMTLP. And no one cares about your losses in MMTLP, except for busy brands, Junk Savvy, Anna Queen of Trades, many others, 100%. I'll get all their names wrong, many others. But Ann Wagner doesn't care. Congress doesn't care. Atkins doesn't care. They just don't care. These people that are giving you all these other ideas, they may or may not care, but the toad, and the ones behind that work with him, they don't care. So we just have to admit to ourselves that it's a cold world out there, and we got to start getting ready. So, Richard, I'm not very optimistic that there will be any settlement before the stock goes to blow off highs, and that the stock market, and then comes crashing, and to me corrects the entire bull market in the space of a few days, few weeks. And when all of that happens, MMTLP will be the last thing Congress or the SEC's thinking about. That's just how I see it. I just think we've run out of time. And they've stalled us. DD did his job, but his $1 million payday ain't going to be worth shit. That's the rumor. I don't know if it's true. Anyway, I answered your question too long. William's going at this one 7 days a week. It must be his last and final pump. No, I think that was your mother. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Christopher, I don't appreciate it. I'm actually trying to do a good job here, and you come on with your attacks and your bashing. I don't appreciate it. If you want to be childish, go on the space calls and respond to Frank or respond to Double D. Just go back over there. If you're so great and you're so good in the market that you have time to come here with childish bashing comments, I'm not that impressed. I'm just not that impressed. Great analogy with Roaring Creek, Frank. Never thought of it that way. I hadn't either. Akira Nova. I sold some. Put it. All right. Akira Nova. Bravo. I'm not. Look, you can always, if you feel uncomfortable with that allocation after 4 to 8 weeks, let's say after October 1, I think you'll have plenty of time to rearrange it. But for me, I think that's brilliant. I think you're doing, I think that's brilliant. I really do. Good for you. Ouch. I think I might have seen that trade. I'm not sure it was 400 though. I think it was like 435 I saw. I might have seen that trade. Good for you. If Tony's opinions were smart, he only puts videos on Geo and Finger G down. Something to think about. Well, I think his opinions are great. Michael. All right, Michael. Hey, I'm writing this all down. I'm excited. I'm excited to have a new total. Added 230. Bravo. Bravo. You're adding more than I can add. I can add 0. That's all right. That's all right. That's okay. We're going to beat you anyway. Okay, so Christopher, he's a Wall Street type, and his last defense is to tell you that I'm unhinged. I don't know what to say to you, Christopher, other than thank you that you could take the time out of your schedule and come here and give 2 thoughtful comments. It really means a lot to the rest of us. Hey, Alpha and Omega. Good afternoon. Oh, I'm not watching the price. Let me look. 56.2 to 56.21. No change, it seems. The volume is 434,000. 100 shares just went off. Good. At 56.21. 12,282 shares went off half an hour ago at 56.2. And then another 4,059 at 56.2, almost half an hour ago. That's actually a little closer to half an hour. There's a hold on buying. Well, not really. Canada has a holiday, so there's no buying and selling in Canada. And this trading on the over the counter, they're trading in the blind. But we do know that the trading is not a hedge strategy because they can't trade in Canada. I would imagine out of the 434, what's hard to tell is the buying and the selling. We already know that you guys have probably bought about 200,000. So that's real. But where's the selling coming from? I think it's mostly from the shorts. The weird thing is the sell button is available. Both. And they're not selling. But no, A to Z, the thing is it's not trading today in Canada. Last time it didn't trade in Canada, they drove it down. This time they're not able to do it. They tried to, but they're not able to do it. I take that as a very positive sign. And A to Z, if you thought about it, which I did this morning, if the attorneys are having a gigantic workload and a lot of paperwork or phone calls or whatever's going on, isn't it a beautiful thing that they got Saturday, Sunday, and Monday to work on it? So maybe that's why they they looked at their calendar and they said, we can't get it done this week. Let's not race it this week, but let's make a goal of getting this whole kit caboodle completed by the end of Civics Day. It could be. So we might, I don't know anything, but it might be tomorrow that they finally wrap it all up in a bow. That would be great. And maybe that's what the price action here is hinting, the risk that people don't want to miss either buying it, or if they're short, they don't want to be exposed to that. What broker was holding buying? What broker was holding buying on? I don't know that answer. I don't think anybody. Andrea is saying I'm talking out of mine again. I don't know what that means. Andrea is obviously a man. He's reading about AI news from other companies and linking it to Railtown. What a clown. Andrea, you were born a man, you're going to die a man. To quote Candace, my brain's not working. Andrea, no wonder people lost dollars listening to his last 9 stocks, which he's fighting hard to say it's other people's fault. Look, I'm not saying things are other people's fault, Andrea, whatever your name is. The system is rigged. And it's really circular of you that you and your friends have a whole methodology of stealing, and then you blame it on the people trying to fight it. What I'm saying is, let's fight you guys without putting our money at risk in the stocks that you butcher. That's all I'm saying. And then you're saying that I'm the clown? I don't think you're accurate. And I think I'm not going to spend time on it. I've made a lot of recommendations that have made people money. And I don't even have 9 stocks that I recommended. So, Andrea, if you don't mind, I'm just going to thank you for your comments. And I hope when you go to the shower or you ride a bicycle or ride a horse, you remember that you, in fact, are a man. A to Z. So by Tuesday, maybe we'll be able to buy Railtown. You can buy it today. You can buy it today. You're allowed to buy Railtown in the over-the-counter market. You're allowed to buy it right now. A to Z. William, I appreciate your opinion. Well, she never said that. YouTube user. Good for you. Ouch, worst song ever. No, I've never heard. I haven't heard a single song by Taylor Swift, and I have zero desire. I heard that somebody said, some organization, some magazine said that Taylor Swift is bigger than the Beatles. Can't imagine that's true. No. Luckily, there's a whole swath of singers. I have no idea what their songs are like, including Beyonce, by the way. Hey, Candy Morton, my favorite dog owner. No. No. I just wonder. I love that dog. Candy Morton bought more. Good for you. Good for you. That's great. Take advantage. It's here, sitting here. Take advantage of these guys. Hey, Jack Hamilton. Oh, 385. That's all right. You'll like it. You'll like it. And Gronk will you'll be able to buy, I don't know, you'll be able to buy, every month you'll be able to buy 385 bones. Jack Hamilton. This morning I picked up a few. Good for you. Good for you, Jack. Volder snort. I don't want to use the Lord's name in vain. That's the only option to recoup all the people's losses and other. Well, I'm sure, I understand you can make money in these other stocks. If you want to chase them, chase them. My opinion, it is the option to make the monies back and get the hell away from this cesspool. But if it doesn't make it, it's a start. In my case, it'll just be a start. But in other people's cases, I've seen significant allocations. And if the stock, you don't even know what you're talking about. So it's hard to, you just make these jerky comments. But in the value creation curve, you can't read my writing. So you're here because obviously you have very limited attention span to this. You haven't listened before, and you're here to scare people, keep people in their emotions. Thank God for forgiveness. So in technology stocks, but also others, oil and gas and mining, there's a value creation which occurs. And as you move through the various stages of value creation, that's where wealth creation occurs. You don't have to ask me. You can obviously you've got time on your hands, you can study it. But this is how great fortunes have been made, from Ford Motor, Amazon, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Netscape, Snapple. It's just all same concept. You have an idea, you do the development work, the R&D, you test it, you beta test it, you market it, and then you commercialize it. You go selling it to get revenue. That's the basic thing. Now, in the modern capital markets, there is no competition to the Wall Street daisy chain of just the guys and girls that went to the right school and all dated Biff can work on it. But it used to be that these things could bubble up in the over-the-counter markets, but you guys have taken care of that, or even the NASDAQ markets. You guys have taken care of that. But it still happens. This value creation model still happens. And in the AI 2.0 space, luckily, whatever you do is not going to work because there is so much money, so much brain power, so many people who have made fortunes in technology and software and computers, in internet, in AI. They're ready to do it again. And it's not going to matter all your games of emotions and FUD. None of it's going to matter. What's going to matter is if these good people in this group stay on the stock while the good comes. If they get shaken off for you, you're not going to care. You're going to move on. But anyway, what's happening with Railtown, this green is the value creation curve. For 6 years, Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini, they met. They had an idea. They put their money in. They raised money. Then they did research and development. They built out Conductor and the other 3 products based on their original idea. They did it with smart engineers. They did it with their decades of experience in software development. They did it with their decades of experience in developing companies and selling them on with finance and etc. Well, then, in the case of Conductor, they've done the battle testing of it. It's ready to go in the AI 2.0 space. They have contracts. They have revenue, and they met with such an overwhelming positive response. The guys who backed Constellation Software and made a fortune for their investors said, hey, we just created our own genius idea AI company that we're going to get rich off of but we want you to buy us. So they've gone through the R&D Voldemort snort, Volda short, Volda snot. They've gone through all of this, but guess what? The price has been capped off at 60 cents. Why? Why isn't the price going up if everything I'm saying is true? Well, you know the conductor product is good because John Ruffalo and all the rest of those guys said, hey, buy us. You know the conductor product is good because they've announced several revenue deals. You know the conductor product is good because independent research a year ago said so, and other things. But then why are we stuck here? Because they're buying John Ruffalo and his team. And we're stuck here because it's a quiet period. It's on the restricted list at Canaccord Genuity. So Canaccord Genuity cannot pitch the idea to institutions, retirement funds, family offices, wealthy investors, Main Street investors. They can't, no research. All of the insiders, all of the people with money who aren't close to the story may have not heard of it yet. So there's no buying, very limited buying. Obviously, someone's been buying over the last few weeks because it's doubled in price. But in general, no one can buy. They are precluded from buying because they have access to material information. And if they act on it, they'll go to jail and they'll risk their wealth. So they're not buying. On top of it, guys like you are here to get people to sell. Well, I call it the pre-money price. We're able to still buy essentially at the same price that the stock has been for 6 years. It's a little bit more. 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, 62 cents, back down 20, but it's all well under $1. Well under $1 for 6 years. So you're able to buy at the pre-money price. When the news is finally released, it's as if the stock were to IPO. It's an analogy. It's not strictly correct. It's an analogy. It's trading right now, but it's trading without price discovery. It's trading without knowledge. They have revenues, they can't talk about it. They have contracts, they can't talk about it. They've published the stuff, but they can't talk about it. So right before your eyes and your ugly nose is, in my opinion, a leap of 10x. And yes, I think that's a darn good option to recover losses. In other words, you own it at 60 cents and the IPO is at $6. Am I right? I'm making a projection. It could be $3, it could be $11. I'm comfortable with $6. So yes, it's a fantastic way, by the grace of our good Lord, to go a long way to recovering people's losses because they're trading in your markets. Then, at the $6, that's the starting point. Not here, there. And you go up this revenue creation curve with the multiples, and I don't think by the end of this year, and maybe not in 9 months, but maybe in 18 months, you got a $60 target. That's a hell of a way for people to make their money back. You know what that is? I know you're so stupid you can't figure it out yourself. Oh, I'll spell it out for you. The sheer stupidity of your comments drives me crazy. But I'll answer them, because somewhere in there, you were probably born as a good person. What I'm telling you is you have 10x out of the gate. I don't know how long the gates takes to swing open. Could be a day, could be a month. You have 10x, and then I think over the next 18 months, you have another 10x. When this is hard, Voldesnort, if you can pay attention. If you take 10 times 10, it gives you 100x. 100x means that if you have 60 cents here, in 18 months, I'll say plus or minus 6 months, you have $60 a share. And yes, I think that is, I don't say it's the only option. You said that. I think it's the clear favorite. I might have said it's the only way, but you're being so literal. I'm talking about, to me, when I compare it to alternatives, this seems like the only choice. But Voldesnort, if you want people to be in your hell for the rest of their lives, keep putting up your inane comments, and maybe they'll stay with you. I'd like them to leave you behind. Yes, I think people can make 100x on Railtown, a 100x. Whatever they invest today in Railtown, if they wait 18 months, give or take 6 months, I think they can make 100x on their money. That's a hell of a way. To get back whole. I can't believe the tunnel vision in this one. What one? Are you just making those comments? Do you blast that spam out to every is that what you're paid to do? Look, I want people to get away from your shorting crime and your bashing. And then you pair up with the toad and you pair up. I'm just sick of the whole story. I don't have anything more to learn. And you're stuck in it, and it'll disappear like the rest. But that's the career you've decided. You've decided to pick people's pockets for a career. And then you think you're clever coming on with snotty ass comments. I'm going to move on. Hey, I am almost legend. Good to see you here. Glad to see you. Thank you very much. Observation. You claim not to be a good writer, yet you sell some very entertaining and vivid scenarios, as well as describing people. Is that writing? That's interesting. You're always very supportive, and I appreciate it. I'll think about that. Somebody said that, I'm almost legend. I'm trying to remember who. They said, if you can talk, you can write. Who said that? If you do right, you're a do good man. No, if you do good, you're a do right man. Thank you. The Told You So got great auction going on here. People behind the screen claim to be buying 20, 50, 100K units of the stock. And this guy's pretending to jot down. Do you believe? Oh, you guys must be, you guys must be in trouble. You know what I appreciate is that you can take the time out of your busy schedule Anyway, this has a picture. I must have been listening to news. It's a picture of Meghan Markle. But I'll show you right there, if it can focus. I guess it can't. I guess it can't. But I'll read it to you. But oh, maybe I can zoom in. That's what I can do. Zoom in. Of course, you're going to be skeptical. You're just going to disbelieve it. There's 160,000 shares this morning, purchased at 57 cents. Yeah, I'll take the guy's word. I won't take your word for anything. But again, that you could take time out of your day, bring your thoughtfulness and your wisdom to this comment group means the world to me. Absolutely means the world to me. If you wrote the way you talk, which is the best way to write it in general, about people and situations, you'd have some great material. Wow, I'm almost legend. Thank you. I'll think about that because maybe that's what I have to do is write a book. Oh, God. One bozo even knighted the scammer with sir. Ha 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 ha. I don't know who's the scammer. My suggestion would be you get up from your the edge of your bed, throw the sheet back over your sleeping girlfriend, and put the computer down, waddle in, lift up the seat, take a leak, turn, make sure the light's on, turn around, wash your hands, look in the mirror. I think that's the scammer. Oh, this guy giving world globe-trotting reason about Finger and Univest, Roth Capital, etc. And ye supported Martin with that decision. Bottom line is whatever. Good for you that Told You So. I can't believe that you would come with all that effort and your conclusion is whatever. I couldn't be more appreciative that you don't even care about this stock and you're spending time here helping people get color on me. I think it's terrific. This guy giving world globe-trotting reason about Finger and Univest, Roth Capital, etc. And ye who stand before me supported Martin with that decision. Oh, yeah, I support Martin with the decision to raise capital in December. I do. I think he did the right thing. But hey, maybe it didn't help you out. You wanted the stock at 50 cents. Bottom line is whatever. You know, a 9-year-old girl could come up with that comment. A 5-year-old girl. Is that what you like to do? the told you so guy? Giggle like a little girl? Mr. Giancano? You like to giggle like a little girl? Is that what you do? Voldesnort, you need more collateral. Everyone needs to sell their SPY and get into Railtown. You'd like that, don't you? God, this is torturous. Torturous. No, I don't think people should sell their SPY. I would not sell I don't own SPY. I wouldn't sell SPY. I don't know, I guess you're not only is your septum missing, your eardrums are missing, but I actually think any day now we're going to roar to the highs. I'm not telling people to do that. People can do what they want to do. But I do think people should own Railtown as much as they're comfortable owning. Absolutely. I would like real people here trying to make their financial life better to own Railtown. Oh, not financial advice. Look, it is strategy, it is opinion, it is educational, and it involves telling people what I think about a stock. But I can't give financial advice. Of course, I don't know, that cocaine that's ruined your nose, made your brain mush. I cannot give financial advice. Financial advice involves specific, tailored advice to an individual that you have a fiduciary responsibility to. I cannot do that. I don't know anybody's situation. It's an impossibility. I am not and cannot give financial advice. But you don't mind coming here and trying to shake it up for your own, in my opinion, greedy aims. A lot short chill here today. I think they're panicking, Ted. I think that's right. I'll buy more. Beat the Greek. It was odd the way it jacked up 7 cents, a big buy or cover. Your thoughts? Well, let me look where it is now. This morning, when I watched it, it was either 100 shares or 1,000 shares at the, oh, wow. It's 58 cents ask now, 56.2 to 58 cents. We might make new highs by the end of the day. Pete, I don't know. I'm just speculating, but the stock has closed trading. The whole market doesn't trade in Canada today. And they've been working on this February 11th MOU for nearly 6 months. It is possible that the attorneys have a deadline of tomorrow to finish this up. Why? Because the phones wouldn't be ringing. Other thing, it's a 3-day weekend. They just come into the office or work from home full on for 3 days, and they get it done by tomorrow, Tuesday. It may be the last chance. I think it is for people to buy it under 60 cents, 70 cents, 80 cents. But it also may be the last chance for shorts to play games. Last time there was a holiday, the stock went down. It's going up today. It's 445,000 shares. So yes, I think all by itself, big buyers don't really have a change on this price as long as the shorts keep selling. And that's why I keep saying now's the time to buy it. However, at some point the shorts will stop selling. And that's why the platinum blonde and Tony goes, I know, right? The platinum blonde, I don't get it. If we sell here, why won't we be able to buy it back later? I know, right? I'm just looking at it. It's not trading more volume. Oh, no, it did. Let's see what that trade was. So it was 21,000, just went off at 56.2, 14,730 went off at 57.1. So there, Pete, buying's come in. Anyway, I think it might be that the shorts are stepping away, at least for today, because there's a risk. And I'm telling everybody this, the lawyers are going to, or whoever, I'm saying the attorneys, maybe it's the businessmen and women, but they're going to get this wrapped up. And it could be tomorrow. And you don't want to run that risk. On the other hand, maybe there's whispers too. That's the other thing. The longer that you're trying to keep a secret with a group of people and you're trying to keep it hush hush, the bigger the risk that material information gets out. So I think there's an urgency to get this finished, and you might be seeing that in the stock price. Both short selling covering and big buying. The shorts, tell me you were crapping your pants without telling me your pants. Ted Williams, a guy yesterday said he was buying 180, and he did. He bought 165,000 today. He bought 165,000. That might have helped. Yeah, might have helped. We got half an hour to go. I want to go through these. Such a sick, long explanation yesterday, giving world globe-trotting reasons about Finger and Univest Roth Capital, and that you support Martin with that decision. Bottom line, you want my bottom line? I can go back through it again. Here's my bottom line. You're welcome to do this analysis yourself, but I don't think you ever do analysis. This is my bottom line. October 1, I think Railtown will be $5. October 1, I think NRGV will be 91 cents. October 1, I think MTEN will be 8.16. October 1, I think NIXX will be $1.50. October 1, I think Finger will be $1.25. These are wild ass guesses. Finger could be higher, Nix could be higher, Mountain could be higher, NRGV could be higher. But that's the paperwork I did for myself. And I reserve a right to change it at any time. My bottom line, if I owned Finger, I would sell it to buy Railtown for 4 weeks, for 8 weeks. It's my bottom line. You asked for it, you got it. Good luck to whoever don't know the history of stocks and preachers in live stream. Okay. Thank you for your concern. And I guess you're telling people to do what? What's your suggestion? Better still, good luck to whoever don't know Williams' history. What's my history? What's my history? No one knows your name. I told you guys, mark my word, your RAILF preaching will end up in another train wreck again. I think GTII, CRTD, and Finger have ended up in train wrecks. I don't think I preached. I never told anyone to buy those. I don't think that was my framework. I did get caught up in what the squeeze could be if it occurred. I did devoted a lot of time to those ideas being presented by another gentleman. So if you want to say that was my preaching, you can. I did interview with Finger Motion. I still believe Finger Motion can be a highly successful story, but I'm not going to do it now because I've done it now for 3 or 4 days. I think there are some there's some risk over the next 3 to 6, maybe even 9 months in Finger Motion. I think they can get through it and thrive on the other side. But that's not what I'm suggesting here. I'm suggesting here for 4 to 8 weeks, the place to be is Railtown. And I don't even think it'll be a heavy lift. Logic, I think, very good friend of mine, another friend of mine who doesn't speak to me anymore. And the CEO, I did all the due diligence there, but the told you guys really have all angles of this sting operation. You have all sides of it. You don't with Railtown because you thought it was an over-the-counter stock and it's a Canadian company. And you're in for a world of hurt in Railtown. But yeah, I would say Logic is my train wreck. I'd say Logic is my train wreck. MMTLP, I never told anyone to buy it. Ever. Ever. Not me. But anyway, I'm not trying to, spread glory around myself. This is a tough place to make money. I don't think anybody can make money in the world you've created with the Toad and maybe Stevie Cohen and the regulators and the attorneys and the Congress women and I don't think anybody can make money. You want to blame me, I blame you. It's not a fair market. There's no price discovery. There's high frequency trading on what? Stocks that trade by appointment. There's no investment banking, no research. There's no settlement. There's no attempt at settlement. They don't go after you. You guys can collude and they don't come after you. You guys can move stocks around. You can fill settlement with new failed to delivers. And you can operate offshore and you don't pay taxes. You can drive great companies. GTII was never great. MMAT, I think, might have been. I didn't tell people to buy that. But they had patents and technologies. You drive them to bankruptcy, and then all of that goes to China or maybe to one of your friends. No, what you do is pretty scummy. It's very scummy. And then you come and you tell me my preaching is going to create a train wreck. The reason you say that is you're used to creating the train wrecks yourself. Railtown is different. It will not be a train wreck. You can't do it. Unless I'm missing something. I don't see what I'm missing. Remember, John Ruffalo is involved. I'd ride with him over you and Tony De Niro. By the way, when it happens, I'm not going to come on your space. I won't even know where to find you, but I'm not going to write, high school childish comments bragging the way you brag. Brainwashing from Voldemort. Yeah, yeah. The told you guy. Just you wait. See, this is why I get so upset when people give you advice and others make you hesitate. And then the attorneys take so forever. It's not the attorney's fault. It's not the fact that the business is so good is probably what's going on. But the delay exposes you to this. So the people can play with your mind, you lose your courage, and you can actually listen to a guy that's ugly as sin. His shill's working hard to block people. I haven't blocked anyone. What are you talking about? Laughing. I haven't blocked a single one of you. I will probably by the end, but I'm going through. You posted your comments. I'm going through them. They're childish, and they just show how limited. Oh God, does it ever end? Voldemort breathing the air of dried up doggy poop left in parts of the house. Did I just read that? Guys, at least they're making all this money from you. They're stealing your money. At least they're happy. They're doing good things with it. So many plays, Voldemort, that could have made you all money while you wait another year or two. Which ones? Which ones? Which ones? Which ones? And why are we waiting another year or two? I think you're lucky if you get another day, but you might get another week. You might get another month. You got to be ready for that. It might be September, but I bet the more I talk about it, a 3-day weekend's the perfect time to finish everything up and get it done by noon tomorrow. Oh God, these guys don't quit. These guys do not quit. The told you guy talking so much now and making jokes, but not a single worry how he scammed and ruined many people's dollars in GTII, Finger, Logic, ZJYL, COSM, CAUD, GDC, Next, GBUX, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know who you're talking about. I do think to the extent that I put out ideas that a squeeze could happen, and I bought into the idea that there's systems in place and et cetera. I do think that my optimism, I always said if there were a squeeze in GTII and Finger, is very naive. But I will tell you, the told you guy, that everybody was different then, including me. AMC had run, GME had run. There was an animal energy. There was money. It was just different. Now we've gone through the pain of dealing with you guys and MMTLP. We're all different. We're different people. I never recommended CJYL. That was Ham's idea. I did listen to his. I'm not blaming him. I did try to participate. I lost money. It's this whole idea of if you can get the perfect combination of a short position, a group of guys offshore, buying the whole position, and in Ham's words, this was a forward split, and then you're going to have somebody bribe an offshore trading desk with millions of dollars to turn the machines on and back it up with 50, 60 million dollars to go in and buy, and then confuse your shorts machines. You could create an HKTD or TOP. In the case of ZJYL, somebody blurted it out on Twitter what was going to happen and when, and I believe their attorneys said you can't go forward. That wasn't me. Wasn't me. It's your games that strip people, not me. COSM, I never once, ever. That was Frank Benedetto. He was paid by COSM. Stock and cash is the standard deal. I don't know what, I didn't bother to look it up. Probably Lou Bravo was paid. And then I think the CEO, I forget his name, Gus Fliakos, I always call him. He was bribed. He was able to take 35 million out of the market, and I'm sure you had a payday on that. I never once, ever, even supported COSM. In fact, COSM destroyed the squeeze that was going on in GTII and Finger. And I think you guys did it. Can't prove it. Collective audience, I never recommended collective audience. However, I recommended logic, and it was splitting into the Aubrey Advisors sponsor of Data Logic, and I've already gone through. I'm not going to go through it again. I think Aubrey Advisors is a criminal organization. That's my opinion. I think Shadron Financial is a criminal organization. That's my opinion. I think the attorneys that represented them walked right up to the edge of criminality. I think the largest investor behind them, Polar, engaged in illegal activity. And I think it was a sting operation. And I spoke out about it all along. I fought out about it. And it's my largest position. I'm not going to, I don't want to waste any more time on it today. GDC, never recommended it, ever. That's a ham story, never recommended it. Nix, I recommended, and people made money on it, by the way, at first. But that's one of those complicated stories where if they get enough people together, they buy enough stock, they go bribe a trading desk, and then the thing's going to run, it's going to kick in. They bring in retail all around, it becomes a meme stock, it's going to go. But in the middle of it, that guy White Diamond, probably your friend, busted it wide open. And then the next time they tried to make it run, the CEO of Recruiter.com busted it wide open. I don't know exactly what happened. Those are my opinions. But they tried to make them run. That tells me we should not be playing in your sandbox anymore. You guys controlled it all, and then you blame it on me. It's incredible. And the fact is, you need people to run these stocks up, to promote them up, so you have something to steal. I don't even want to be anywhere near it anymore. And my big revelation came about 3 months ago when I found out, I didn't know it, that Bill Clinton changed the rules. And it's legal for you guys to buy and sell entitlements. Nobody's buying stock anymore. Everybody's buying an entitlement. And G-Bucks isn't my stock at all. Never told that. So you know what? Told you, guy? That's a ham story. And I tell you what, it's going to work. It's going to work. I heard things. They're bringing in 212 million and they're flying to San Diego. They're meeting now to get it done. And then it's coming out of Goldman Sachs and they're going to buy a gold company. And it's not investing. It's not investing. And I don't know what your point is. I'm trying to be very clear where I stand. And you're trying to say that all of this mire that everybody got caught up in, you should judge us by that mire rather than what we're trying to do. I tell you what, the told you guy, your mother must be proud of you wherever you went to school. Oh, Voldemort, Lou was right. William should have listened to him while he was still alive when he told William to stop streaming. He's too emotional. Actually, that's not what he told me. He asked me to come back to streaming. So you're making that up. You're making that up. And you're trying to make it a story about emotions rather than the rational. I'm amazed. I'm honored that you can spend so much time of your busy trading day and you're so skilled typing comments. It's just incredible. All right, we're now at 481,000. Told you guys, just because he's holding the mouthpiece, he thinks his words are wise. No, I don't. I get embarrassed by my words. What do you want me to do? Sit here and not say anything? I don't get it. Oh, it's your opinion, by the way. Yeah, Volder snort. Oh, and 100%. Oh, God, is this ever going to end? I told you, God, just trying my best to educate the newbies. All the folks from his previous live streams have left, sadly. Guys, if you are new, I'm not a perfect person, and I'm not going to go through it all. But what they're trying to do is three things: get you to not buy Railtown because they're trapped. That's my judgment. Two, if you own Railtown, they want you to sell it quickly if it rallies. They don't want you to hold it. And then there's the combination of that. They don't want you to establish a new position, but if you do, they don't want it to be a big position. They want these shares. The only shares they can go after in Railtown are your shares. That's the only ones they can go after. Because the insiders at Railtown AI, they're not selling their shares. The insiders at AI Partnerships, they're not selling their shares. The people associated in near Canaccord right now can't do anything, but to the extent they establish positions before the quiet period, they're not selling their shares. This research analyst, he hasn't updated, but I bet he wants to. His people aren't selling shares. Institutions in the AI space, they're not selling shares. The only place that these criminals can get stock is your shares. And the only way they can keep it, they don't want it to get worse. They try to keep you from establishing a position and holding on. That's all they're trying to do. But if you want to believe a nameless, faceless guy, or a guy that screws up when he goes live, but tries to do his best, it's all up to you. It's all up to you. Jack Hamilton, most of us appreciate your time and effort. The price must be moving up with the shills. Yeah, Jack, I think that's exactly what's going on. I think they're trying to consume my talking time too. I'm going to go to the bottom. I'm going to go take a leak, and then I'm going to come finish up what I wanted to do. Hold a store. Just hold silver, AMC, GME, DMRF, SQQQ, VIX, XRPM, XLM, HBAR, and UTLI. I just saved your portfolio, guys. Well, he doesn't want you to take action. And he doesn't, he's never been here before. If anyone's been here for a while, my single number one asset to own is silver, bar none. The only thing to own. However, I haven't talked about silver now for 8 weeks because I never thought Railtown would take this long. And it could take longer. But I've learned that this audience and people, if I'm not specific, if I don't make my view absolutely crystal clear, it's not heard. I'm being clear for 8 weeks. And if it's another week, 9 weeks. And if it's another week, 10 weeks. If it's another week, 11 weeks. If it's another week, 12 weeks. The only thing you should be buying, in my judgment, with this high risk bucket and speculative, is Railtown. And I'll try to go through it again. I think AMC and GME are dead money, and it's absolutely stupid to own those. I don't know what DMRF is, so I'm not going to talk about. I don't know. I don't want to look it up. It looks familiar. SQQQ. I don't know what it is. The VIX, you don't want to own the VIX. That's a trading vehicle. Railtown, you don't have to trade. XRP and XLM I actually like, but I don't think over the next 8 weeks they're going to give you 10x. It's a simple proposition. It's not hard. And you can do this chart with a yellow piece of paper yourself. These just happen to be the stocks that were highlighted on Twitter the other day that you have to diversify into, and so many more. My opinion, in 8 weeks, this is how it's going to line up. And if I'm wrong, it'll be very close to that in 8 weeks. So why the hell would you own any of the others? It's just 8 weeks. But I do like XRP and XLM. I recognize HBAR. I don't have any comment. Utility, I guess. Utility stocks may or may not do well in the melt up, but I have a feeling the income should be attractive. I wouldn't be in the utility stocks, not when there's problems with budgets and the electric grid, and I don't know. I don't. But anyway, do what you want. Voldesnort, you can reach him every night around 2:30 at Fred's Bongo Room. He'll be up in the back. The lights are dark, snorting coke. And I'm sure he'll be glad to help you. All right, let's keep going on. All right, I lost a lot of messages. That's what I was afraid of. I shouldn't have gone over there. So I lost 10 minutes of messages. So if I missed you, I knew it. I shouldn't have gone to do that. Congrats, dude. All right. Whatever all that noise means. What is it? So to anybody I missed just now, I didn't mean to. There's probably a dozen messages I missed. If you want to put it back up, I'll go it. Justin Babish. I wonder if the fact you're getting a lot of new commenters that we never heard of, to discuss it could be a sign that we're doing here. I think that's right, Justin. That we got 4 minutes to go, 562 to 58. Let's see if it breaks the high today. It doesn't show like that because it's only 4 minutes. But we'll see what happens. The high today was 59.37. Lou, the told guy, if Lou was still around, I'd be asking his opinions on open, upstream, some SMI, hint, SMCI. Okay. I guess you have a point. Lou's not around. Why don't you start your own YouTube? You have a name. Jack Hamilton. I have some XRP. Started adding Railtown at 26. So again, thank you, Mr. William. I like the crypto, but here's one thing about crypto. I don't think you have to buy it and own it right now. If you want Railtown, if you want to get the pre-IPO price of Railtown, it's my way of describing it. It already trades. You have to buy it now. At some point, it's not going to be 60 cents anymore. I think it's going to be $6. XRP is not going to jump 10x in the next 6 weeks, in my judgment. And then from there, another 10x in 18 months. I don't see it. But, you only have to do this first part. It's not like you're hitched to the jail wagon. Oh, God. Serenity now. Serenity now. Serenity now. 562 to 58. 481,000 shares. It doesn't look like it's going to do a big trade at the end of the day. Last trade was 21,000 shares half an hour ago at 56.2. That seems to be it. Let's see how it goes. I'm trying to get people who thought you were doing that. Oldest, you literally told us that all the other plays that you couldn't even make money in was a piece of shit, including AMC and GME. You know what? I'm not going to go through it. My words will stand for themselves. I think it's a mistake to own GME. It's overpriced by at least twice. AMC is just a failing movie chain. So I think you're right. They're both bad investments. All the other stocks I did make money in, but I got blown up in finger motion. I'm not going to go through all that again. I think Logic was a sting operation by you guys. I'm not going to go through it again. Hey, Donna is saying hi to Jack and Danny. Oh, God, Voldemort, can you just go away? 57 now bid to 58. Let's see if there's a last-minute trade. So you want everyone to pile in their money into Railtown so you can pump it and make your own money back? I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. I have no relationship with Railtown. I am not being paid by Railtown. I do own shares. I don't intend to sell them. It's in my IRA. It's not going to change anything anyway. But I don't intend to sell them. All right, they did the last trade. There was no last-minute trade. Railtown closed at 56.2 at 481,000 shares. Anyway, that's about enough time on that question. Ryan Sartell, you said the markets will fall 91st, although they'll recover part quickly. Well, look, I heard one other guy say 95%. I think David Hunter calls for either 80 or 85%. I don't think it matters. One gentleman I follow, and I just don't remember his name, says if you price markets in gold, they'll go down 95%. All I'm talking about is in the panic. You've never seen anything like it when it happens. You'll never see anything like it. But I do believe, and I predicted this, and I've actually heard this number since. I think worldwide, the Fed and all the central banks, I think they will add $100 trillion, $100 trillion in basically new money, new currency to the world, and the markets will come back up. But it's, for people who get wiped out, they won't own assets that go back up, and it's very unpleasant. Something you can't even get up. I don't even know what it means. A to Z, 100x. Pizza rules, yep. 0.5646. Christopher, you're a nice older gentleman. However, these folks are going to come for you with torches and pitchforks when this is over. Is that a threat? Yeah, thank you for reminding me that I'm older. It'll happen to you, by the way. It comes up on you. It's a surprising thing. And then as it's happening, it's just an adjustment. I don't like it, but that's where I am. But you'll get older if you live long enough. Is that a threat to me, or is that a threat that you're going to short this stock? Guys, I'm going to finish these comments. I'm going to go take a leak, and then I'm going to come show you what I intended to show you. And I'm going to try to convince you again that Railtown and the players at AI Partners are the real deal. YouTube user Jim, my cost now, I'm up to 23. I'm up 23%. Bravo, 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 rah, rah. These guys will go away now that the market's closed because they can't do any trading. Finger closed up. Well, in the extended, well, let's see. I can never tell. I guess Finger closed down 3 cents, but it's up a penny in the extended market. And GTI didn't trade. I don't know. It's not worth going through the rest. Let me try to finish. Of all the impersonation you do, the one of Tony was the most spot on. I have no idea. His Ross Perot was epic. Don't let them bother you, Donna says. I just block them. It's a good idea. I'll block them. I feel like if they start, I've got to see it through, then I can block them. Otherwise, people are going to say, you're avoiding their questions. I don't know. It's just the arguments are so circular. Maybe it's to shake out the shorts. I think that's right. COSM did pop. It did, but is it going up now, you mean? Well, I did look at the chart when I was showing you, and it did look like it could, but guys, that's just, they're coming back for more. They're just coming back for more. I guess you won't learn until you try 40 stocks instead of 20 stocks. I think Railtown, if you hold it long enough, I don't think Railtown, you can't look at Railtown as one of these hot stocks that they want you going in and out of, and they want you listening to, getting on the space calls and all that. It's not one of those. You've got to be willing to hold Railtown. I would, like I say, 18 months, plus or minus 6 months. I think that should do it, but we'll find out. Okay, here comes this guy that has chosen this picture for himself. You're going to be saying, I've waited 80 years for RAILF to squeeze. That makes no sense. It's just a non-argument. It's not a squeeze story either. Exactly. Thank you. That's exactly right. It's not a squeeze story. Oh my God, GME is right. See, it's the same story. They're trying to get, guys, stop it. We got to disconnect from all of this. It's evil. Here's a statement. Let's check this one out. GME is making moves that Railtown is not making today. GME is up 53 cents to $22. It's worth $10 a share, probably less. And in the aftermarket, it's up 5 cents. So on the day, the stock is up 2.7%. Let's see what Railtown did today. Oh, it's up 10%. You're right. GME is making a move Railtown didn't make today. Railtown went up over 10%. GME went up over 2%. You're right. Good call. They didn't make the same move today. What happens when you talk? That's what happens when you talk crap about Ryan Cohen and GME. Why do you want to own it? Ryan Cohen's so smart that his $10, if you have $10 in your pocket and you give it to Brian Cohen, it's worth $22? Idiot. You're an idiot. I'm going to delete him once I'm done. All right, I'm deleting him now. Woldesnort is gone. And I lost the last, see, that's the thing. I lost the last comments. So I hate doing that. I should have waited. I missed some of your comments. But Woldesnort is gone. I guess I lost all your comments. I might have deleted all your comments. I guess somehow I deleted every single comment. I didn't mean to, so I missed some of them, but all right. That's not what I was trying to do. All right, I'm gonna quickly take a break, and then I want to finish with. All right, you can listen to him. Listen to him while I'm gone.
In many respects, we're seeing phenomenal numbers in terms of the business we do with other countries and the business we do within our own country. I mean, really phenomenal numbers. We'll be announcing a new statistician sometime over the next 3-4 days. We had no confidence. I mean, the numbers were ridiculous when she announced, but that was just one negative number. All of the numbers seem to be great. And so we'll see how that comes out. And if you remember, just before the election, this woman came out with these phenomenal numbers on Biden's economy. Phenomenal numbers. And then right after the election, they announced that those numbers were wrong. And that's what they did the other day. So it's a scam, in my opinion. My opinion is it's just additional scam.
On Russia, Mr. President, can you say, have those nuclear submarines been deployed yet to face Russia?
I've already put out a statement, and the answer is they are in the region, yeah, where they have to be.
Is President Witkoff's message will be to the Russians, is there anything they can do to avoid sanctions at this point?
Yeah, a deal where people stopped getting killed. They had a number that just came out that a tremendous number of Russian soldiers are being killed. And likewise, Ukraine, a lower number, but still thousands and thousands of people. And now we're adding towns with it being hit by missiles. So it's a lot of people being killed in that ridiculous war. And, you know, we stopped a lot of countries from war, India and Pakistan. We stopped a lot of countries. And we're going to get that one stopped too. Somehow we're going to get that one stopped. That's a really horrible war. You heard about Cambodia and Thailand. We got that one done. We got the Congo, which was going on for 31 years. Rwanda, that one's done. We stopped a lot of wars. This is the one we seem to be, this should be the easiest to stop, and it's not. I mean, Rwanda and Congo were going on 31 years, and I got it stopped. 8 million people dead, at least. That's what they have, but I think the number's much higher. And the leaders of each country, Rwanda and the Congo, they were great. They were great.
All right.
They wanted it stopped.
Trumpster.
31 years it went on. We stopped a lot of wars.
So
Serbia, Kosovo was going to
I
be...
somehow screwed up and got rid of all the comments. So I'm sorry about that. It's a good time to move on. Sorry for the noises. Let's go see what I wanted to tell you about. Let's see if they let me put all those in. You sure have a lot of files. All right, they did it. Let's see if any of these stocks are trading. Guys, you just got to get all of this out of your head. It's wasted stuff. All right, let's see. 3960 is the lowest number. Okay, 3960. This is from Crunchbase News. This week's 10 biggest funding rounds. AI continues to dominate in an action-packed week. I better take that comment down because it blocks it. Okay. This is a weekly. It may feel like the doldrums of summer, but this past week was nonetheless a pretty action-packed one for big funding rounds. The headliner was Mira Murati's Thinking Machines Lab, which snagged $2 billion. That's a lot of money in a deal that set a record for a seed round size. Other players, including the medical note-taking Albridge and Harvey, closed larger. Thinking Machines, I might have read this already. 2 billion AI at a $10 billion valuation. Abridge, 5.3 billion valuation. Harvey, a $5 billion valuation. I think I might have done this all yesterday. Kalshi, a $2 billion valuation. Decadin, a $1.5 billion valuation. June, enterprise search startup Glean rakes in the cash, announces 150 million Series F round. Glean is now valued at 7.25 billion. From Sequoia, Lightspeed Ventures, and Kleiner Perkins. AnySphere, the AI research lab behind AI coding tool Cursor, raised a sizable 900 million that values the company at 10 billion. Thrive Capital, Andreessen in May, Snorkel AI, valued the company at 1.3 billion. LM Marina, popular community-driven AI models, 600 million. Vega's TensorWeave. Sandbox closed a $450 million round. AI model company valued at 5.7 billion. Runaway creates AI models for media production, values the company at 3 billion. SoftBank, Nvidia, Fidelity participated. The other one, Sandbox, Nvidia, Google, Bridgewater, Ray Dalio. March, AI behemoth, OpenAI raised 40 billion at 300 billion. Nextbridge, Kleiner Perkins, Battery Ventures, Emergent Ventures. Cambridge, Massachusetts based, I can't read it, Insilico Medicine, valued at $1 billion. AI infrastructure, Celestial AI, valued at $2.5 billion. Lio, they raised 200 million. ARC Venture Fund, General Catalyst, up above, Tiger Global, BlackRock's CEO Lip-Bu Tan, Value Partners, Peng Chong Dao, Battery Ventures, Client Purchase, Emergent Ventures. Turing closed at 2.2 billion value. Westbridge Capital, Gangels, and Sozo Ventures. Shield raised money. Andreessen, Horowitz, 5.3 billion. Anthropic, Menlo Ventures, General Catalyst, Salesforce Ventures, valued at 61 billion. February, $305 million round, values the company at 3.3 billion. Nvidia, Salesforce, Lux Capital, and others. Lambda came in valued at 2.5 billion. Andrea Capital, SGW, Nvidia, G Squared, and ARK Invest. Abridge, 2.7 billion round, led by NIVP and IAD Jill, Lightspeed, Redpoint, Spark Capital. Another one, Eodia, or however you say it. General Catalyst, Floodgate, Defy Ventures, Everywhere Ventures. AI Hardware, Encharge. funded by Scout Ventures, Samsung Ventures, RTX Ventures. Harvey, funded by Kleiner Perkins, Eod Gill. 11 Labs, funded by Sequoia, NEA, Salesforce Ventures, and others. Hippocratic AI, 1.6 billion valuation. 11 Labs valued at 3 billion. Harvey valued at 3 billion. The last one was led by Kleiner Perkins, and Andreessen Horowitz, NVIDIA, and General Catalyst. Do you see what I mean about the wind is at your back? There's just huge pools of money coming in the AI space. All right, state of funding for AI companies. Jeremy Glasser, Kevin M. Yao. Artificial intelligence, AI, has emerged as an influential technology, driving notable investments across various industries in recent years. In 2024, venture capital funding for AI companies reached record levels, signaling ongoing interest and optimism in the sector's potential. Looking ahead, 2025 is anticipated to bring continued innovation with promising future funding opportunities and growing IPO market for AI-driven businesses. VC funding in 24, a year of growth. Global VC investment in AI companies saw remarkable growth in 2024 as funding related to AI companies exceeded 100 billion. 100 billion is a lot of money and increased over 80% from 55 billion in 2023. There isn't this kind of money chasing these other stories. That's my premise. Nearly 33% of all global venture funding was directed to AI companies in 2024. Nearly, I think, it might have been 23, nearly 33% of all global venture funding was directed to AI companies, making artificial intelligence the leading, not a sector, the leading sector for investments. They're not bringing this money to the companies that we're looking on at Space Calls. This marked the highest funding year for the AI sector in the past decade, surpassing even peak global funding levels in 2021. This growth also reflects the increased adoption of AI technologies across diverse sectors, from healthcare to transportation and more. It reflects the growing confidence of investors in AI's transformative potential. The surge in global venture capital funding in 24 was driven by diverse industries adopting AI to innovate and solve complex problems. That, by the way, is the area that Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini said, this is what we're going to focus on. Now, I'm not an engineer. I'm not a computer person. That's my interpretation of the videos and what I've read and the presentations. The section, okay, we'll explore. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. I'm not sure, that might have been all I put up of that article. What I'm trying to show you, these other stocks that are chasing short squeezes, it's just your money and maybe a whale or two. And then hoping a computer can kick on a viral meme stock. I mean, hope springs eternal. But this area, I'm trying to show you, AI, it's not this year. It's been accelerating for the past few years. And Railtown, the whole reason you don't know the story is because it's still in its quiet period. I get frustrated because these devils come in to pick you off. But I'm trying to show you the strength of the market and the interest level. And all these companies, so many of them are doing, I don't want to say they're doing the same thing. I think Railtown's better, but we'll have to wait and see when they can start talking to us again. The billion-dollar banker, how AI is supercharging Wall Street's top talent. I'm going to go through this quickly. I'm just saying it's everywhere. Even Gordon Gekko would have to admit AI is taking over Wall Street, and it's not because jobs are disappearing. It's because the best bankers are about to become more valuable than ever. Artificial intelligence is turbocharging front office professionals, setting the stage for a new era where individual productivity and compensation heights. Surge in productivity driven by AI is already rewriting the rules of the talent game. It makes me envious, so I don't want to get bogged down in it. I wish I were there. On AI. AI venture funding shattered quarterly records in Q4. I'm not making it up. The venture funding for AI companies is enormous. Why put your money in a bunch of stocks that nobody's interested in? Everybody's interested in AI. Well, except for some people. While many of us took some time off during the holidays, AI startups did not take a break from fundraising. The fourth quarter was unlike, this is last year, the fourth quarter was unlike any other industry. The fourth quarter was unlike any other industry as far as fundraising goes. It also wasn't just Databricks. In early October, OpenAI, we've talked about that one. That one was led by Thrive Capital at half the recent valuation, but it's still a $160 billion valuation the following month. XAI raised another $6 billion, valued at $50 billion. Wall Street Journal reported the new round look at these investors. Qatar Investment Authority, Valor Equity Partners, Andreessen Horowitz, Sequoia Capital. Finally, also in November, Amazon agreed to invest another $4 billion in Anthropic. Those deals made Logic Monitor's $800 million round and Ten's Torrent nearly $700 million round seem quaint. All in all, Q4 saw more than $42 billion. There's nothing like this money coming into these other stocks. Nothing. $42 billion invested in AI-related startups. That was nearly twice as much money as was invested in Q3 last year, which was a record level at that time. this is the second quarter. AI deals, venture funding, we're talking second quarter of what year? 2025, I guess. That's this year, according to Fortune. Venture funding climbs on AI deals, but private equity is stuck on the sidelines. There's all that money in private equity that will come in. VC investing in startups is on the upswing, with venture firms pouring 91 billion into companies during the second quarter. Second quarter's 91 billion represents a 20% drop from the first quarter, when startups raised 114 billion. So in the first half, it's $200 billion. $200 billion. None of that kind of money is coming to Finger, coming to GDC, coming to ZJYL, coming to Energy Vault, coming to Mountain. None of this kind of money is coming. And right now we have a chance to be in Railtown because it's stuck, because it's in a quiet period. It's not going to be 50 cents. It's not going to be 50 cents, 60 cents, very much longer. This is one of the reasons people are pouring money into AI startups. And Railtown's not even a startup. It's 6 years old, but it's a new story to these people. It's ready to go. It's battle tested. It has revenues. However, Q1 was the strongest quarter for venture investment since Q2 2022. Nearly half of Q2's 91 billion came from one sector, the funding. One sector. AI. Nearly half of the venture funding in Q2 went to AI. Why don't we just park our vehicles, our boats, park our rear ends where the living is easy for a little while? Meta's $14.3 billion investment in Scale AI in June was huge. Healthcare and biotech came in second, and Final Surface is last. Quote, global funding has increased year over year for the past 3 quarters, driven primarily by billion-dollar-plus rounds into AI research labs, as well as data and infrastructure providers in the sector, Crushbase said. Nearly 1/3 of all capital in Q2 went to 16 companies, including, and they make the list. I can't quite read it. Okay, Fortune. US, it might be the same articles, just different page. US private equity managers have more than 1 trillion. They don't have $1 trillion for Finger and ZJYL and QNTM and I heard another story. Listen to this. Please listen well. US private equity managers have more than 1 trillion in dry powder. The start of the article, venture funding climbs. So venture funds are putting up the money while private equity is on the sidelines. U.S. private equity managers have more than 1 trillion. I'll just say that again. U.S. private equity managers have more than $1 trillion with a T in dry powder or uninvested capital, committed capital to their funds, but it's uninvested. According to Kyle Walters, private equity research analyst at PitchBook. Many PE firms are sitting on the sideline choosing not to sell most of their assets because of the exit. So far in 2025, PE funds have clinched $300 billion in exit value, which is on a pace to surpass last year's number, a handful of big deals. We need to see a strong pickup in terms of exit count if we want to see the fundraising slowdown come from men, from their sector. The point is, there's all this dry powder to come in after venture funds. It might not be this quarter, it might be the next quarter, but it's sitting there. $1 trillion. The momentum is in your favor. They're not sitting to put $1 trillion in either Finger or COSM or GME, or they're not doing it. Come over. All right, The Economist, who will pay for the $1 trillion AI boom? A technological revolution meets a financial one. This is 2025, July. These guys come on and deny call me a crackpot and that I'm unhinged and I'm emotional. It may all be true, but doesn't mean the information is not true. Oh, shoot. I always do that. I don't want that. I want it just to go up. Okay, there we go. All right, let's go with these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need a little bit of water. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children go to heaven. Oh no, here, we gotta go here first. Okay. America's, and I didn't pay for The Economist, so I just will read the first paragraph. America's biggest technology companies are combining Silicon Valley returns with Ruhr Valley balance sheets. Investors who bought shares in Alphabet, Meta, and Microsoft a decade ago, God, I wish we had done that, are sitting on 8 times their money, excluding dividends. Spending on data centers means the firms possess property and equipment worth more than 60% of their equity book value, up from 20%. Add the capital expenditure of these firms during the past year to that of Amazon and Oracle, and the something is greater than the outlay of all of America's industrial companies combined. The spending boom was responsible for 1/3 of America's economic growth during the recent quarter. Guys, the AI is real. All right. AI sucks up. AI sucks up. This is July 15th, 2025. AI sucks up a growing chunk of VC funding in the United States. There's no VC funding coming for GME, MTEN, NRGV. There's no VC funding coming for those. Is it coming for Railtown? Well, I mean, we don't know, but it fits all the parameters. Once it's out of the quiet period, I don't think you're going to be able to buy this stock at 60 cents, 70 cents, 80 cents. Thanks to a record-breaking $40 billion funding round announced by OpenAI March 31, VC-backed companies based in the United States raised $80 billion in the first quarter of 2025. That's the highest total for venture capital investment in the United States since Q1 2022, and more than double the amount raised in Q1 24. While that sounds great on paper, VC investment was on track to fall quarter over quarter and wouldn't have looked nearly as impressive without OpenAI mega round. Over the past few years, AI-related startups have attracted an increasingly large chunk of VC funding in the United States as investors were eager to get in on the ground floor and participate in the artificial intelligence gold rush. AI-related investments accounted for 71% of VC funding in Q1 25, up from 45% in 24 and 26% the year before, including the OpenAI deal. There were 6 AI-driven investments in the top 10 for the quarter. Looking ahead, AI investments will likely continue to dominate the venture capital space, as there is still an abundance of investment opportunities for VC firms to pick from. Okay, so let's say that again. Looking ahead, AI investments will likely continue to dominate the venture capital space, as there are still an abundance of investment opportunities for VC firms to choose from. While plenty of investment is still going toward building the foundation for the AI-centric future, for example, developing and training AI models and building the necessary infrastructure, investors are gradually shifting their focus to the application layer as the next step in the AI value chain. That's where we are, as far as I understand it. AI sucks up a growing chunk of VC funding in the United States. 21, 16%. 22, 14%. 23, 26%. 24, 45%. 25, 71% of the money that's flowing out of capital is going into AI. It's not going into these other stocks. It's not going into them that you're hearing on space calls. It's not going into them. It's not going into them. These are just a bunch of charts. I didn't enlarge them, but just looking at the headlines. DeepSeek upsets AI market with low prices. We remember that, and that might be why there was a slowdown in funding before. But anyway, there it is. Microsoft pledges $3 billion to India. $3 billion for AI. ChatGPT still light years away from universal adoption, early stages. AI boost, NVIDIA surges 1,000% in 3 years. AI unicorns, and that might be what we have. We'll find out. AI unicorns among the world's highest valued startups. We might have one. I'm not sure, but we might have one. How much are companies investing in AI? And there's a lot is the answer. Okay, this comes from Google. I asked a question. Yes, Wall Street firms are actively involved in raising and investing significant capital in artificial intelligence. Bullet point, significant spending. This is why. Bullet point, significant spending on AI infrastructure. Big tech companies like Microsoft, Meta, and others are investing hundreds of billions of dollars in building AI infrastructure. And Wall Street is taking notice. Wall Street is taking notice. Wall Street is taking notice, according to the Wall Street Journal. Morgan Stanley projects 2.9 trillion in spending from 2025 to 2028 on chips, servers, and data center infrastructure, indicating a substantial investment trend. Bullet point, focus on AI-driven funds and investments. Venture capital firms like Thrive Capital are raising new funds and creating companies focused on benefiting from AI, according to the New York Times. Menlo Ventures is also targeting more capital for its latest AI-focused funds. Big funding rounds for big funding rounds for AI startups. That's where we are, even though we're 6 years starting. OpenAI recently announced a $40 billion funding round and is seeking more capital. Elon Musk's XAI raised $6 billion funding round, valuing his company at $50 billion. Bullet point, private equity's increasing role. Private equity's increasing role. Private equity firms are driving AI transformation and investing in semiconductors, data centers, energy to support the AI boom, according to the American Investment Council. Bullet point, hedge fund involvement. Hedge funds like the Morgan Creek Digital are planning to raise significant capital, in this case $500 million, specifically for investments in AI, blockchain technologies and related areas, according to Crunch something. Crypto potato, I guess. Bullet point, new jobs created and changing landscapes. Wall Street firms are creating new AI-focused jobs, with some private equity firms offering high salaries to attract the top AI talent. In essence, Wall Street is actively participating in the AI investment landscape through a direct investment, specialized funds, and facilitating fundraising efforts for AI startups, suggesting a strong belief in the future growth and profitability potential of what? The AI sector. Do you see any discussion about the cluster of stocks that are being brought to you by the screening process of a few good men on Twitter? Big Tech, the Guardian, Big Tech has spent $155 billion on AI this year. It is about to spend hundreds of billions of dollars more. Who is spending hundreds of billions of dollars on the stocks you're looking at on Twitter? Big Tech has spent $155 billion on AI this year. It's about to spend hundreds of billions more. Tech giants have spent more on AI than the United States government has spent on education, jobs, and social services in 2025 so far. The U.S. largest companies have spent 2025 locked in a competition to spend more money than the other, lavishing money on the development of artificial intelligence. Are they doing that with MTEN? The U.S.'s largest companies have spent 2025 locked in a competition to spend more money than one another, lavishing $155 billion on the development of artificial intelligence, more than the United States has spent on education, training, employment, and social services. Based on the most recent financial disclosures of Silicon Valley's biggest players, the race is about to accelerate to hundreds of billions of dollars in a single year. Nobody's putting hundreds of billions of dollars into Finger, GME, MTEN, NRGV, GDC, GTII, NIXX, G-Bucks. Nobody's doing it. And the reason Railtown's available at these prices is because it's in this quiet period. Why is it in the quiet period? Because of good news, because of great news. We'll get to that. We'll keep going. Over the past 2 weeks, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, Google's parent, Alphabet, have shared their quarterly public financial reports. Each disclosed their year-to-date capital expenditure, a figure that refers to the money companies spend to acquire or upgrade tangible assets, already totals tens of billions. CapEx, as the term is abbreviated, is a proxy for technology companies spending on AI because the technology requires gargantuan investment in physical infrastructure, namely data centers, which require large amounts of power, water, and expensive semiconductor chips. Google said during its most recent earnings call that its capital expenditures, quote, primarily reflect investments in servers, data centers to support AI. Meta's year-to-date capital expenditures amounted to $30.7 billion, doubling the $15.2 billion figure from the same time last year. For the most recent quarter alone, the company spent $17 billion on capital expenditures, also double. Alphabet reported nearly $40 billion in CapEx to date for the first 2 quarters, and Amazon reported $55 billion. Microsoft said it would spend more than $30 billion in the current quarter to build out data centers powering AI services. Microsoft CFO Amy Hood said the current quarter's CapEx would be at least 50% more than the outlay during the same period a year earlier, and greater than the company's record capital expenditures of $24 billion quarter to quarter in June. Quote, "We will continue to invest against the expansive opportunity ahead." I assume she's talking about AI. She doesn't say that. "For the coming fiscal year, Big Tech's total capital expenditure is slated to balloon enormously, surpassing the already eye-popping sums of the previous year. Microsoft plans to unload about $100 billion on AI in the next fiscal year." Nobody's pouring $100 billion into short squeeze plays. CEO Satya Nadella said Wednesday, Meta plans to spend between $66 billion and $72 billion. Alphabet plans to spend $85 billion, significantly higher than previous estimates. Amazon estimated that its 25 expenditure would come to $100 billion as it plows money into Amazon Web Services, which analysts now expect to amount to $118 billion. In total, the 4 tech companies will spend more than $400 billion on CapEx, which they've just described as AI technology, now all manner of getting to AI in the coming year, including acquisitions of companies. Nobody's spending $400 billion on any of these short squeeze plays. Nobody. The multi-billion-dollar figures represent mammoth investments, which the journal points out is larger than the European Union's quarterly spending on defense. Well, I don't know if that says anything. However, the tech giants can't seem to spend enough for their investors. Microsoft, Google, and Meta informed Wall Street analysts last quarter that their total CapEx would be higher than previously estimated. In the case of all 3 companies, investors were thrilled, and shares in each company soared. And look at Microsoft's market cap, $4 trillion. So everything I say about NVIDIA buying Railtown, if they ever do, applies to Microsoft. If they spend 1%, 1% in stock of their market cap, you're buying Railtown at $40 billion. Even Apple, the cagiest of the tech giants, signaled that it would boost its spending on AI in the coming year, either by internal investments or by acquisitions. The company's quarterly capex rose. Tim Cook said he's going to reallocate a fair number of employees to focus on artificial intelligence. And that the heart of our AI strategy is to increase investments and embed AI across all of its devices and platforms. Smaller players are trying to keep up with the incumbents' massive spending and capitalize on the gold rush. They talk about AI, open AI again. Ali Canal. I don't know who she is. I think her name might have. Okay. Let's go to get the rest of Ali Canal's subject. All right, here comes Ali Canal. Big tech's AI investment, according to Yahoo Finance, set to spike. Big tech AI investment set to spike to 300. Big tech's AI investment set to spike to $364 billion in 2025 as bubble fears ease. Is there anywhere near this money coming for anything that you're hearing on Space Calls? Big tech firms Amazon, Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta reported they were set to spend as much as a cumulative $364 billion in their respective 2025 fiscal years, driven by their investments in AI. Shares of the three of the four tech giants spiked following their latest quarterly earnings reports over the past 2 weeks, which showed the companies broadly outperforming Wall Street's expectations and lifting their capital expenditure forecast. Meta and Microsoft shares surged 11 and 4%. Thursday's trading session, in Thursday's session. Sorry, my eyesight's, this is tough. Microsoft surge briefly pushed the firm's value above $4 trillion. Alphabet stock also dropped. Big tech's AI bet is getting heftier. Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Alphabet. Big tech's AI bet is getting heftier. Is anybody buying in the other stocks? Microsoft reported capital expenditures of $88 billion in 25 fiscal year, which ended June 30. Okay, higher than the $80 billion expected. Microsoft said its spending will grow at a slower pace in 26. It expects to spend $30 billion, an increase in the first quarter, an increase of 50%. We will continue to invest against the expansive opportunity ahead across both capital expenditures and operating expenses, giving our leadership position in commercial cloud, strong demand signals for our cloud and AI offerings, and significant contracted backlog, said Amy Hood. Meta lifted the bottom of its range for projected capital expenditures as the Facebook and Instagram parent company spends truckloads of money to build AI data centers and poach talent. It's a big number, 66, 70 billion. Meta CFO Susan Lee said women are now the CFOs of all the major data companies, but they should be CEOs. Now, Susan Lee said, we currently expect another year of significant CapEx growth. That's Meta. Alphabet's CFO, Anat Ashkenazi, said the giant would spend a ton of money. Using the top end Meta's range, it's all a ton of money. Wedbush analyst. Now, listen to the analysts. There are no analysts in the stocks that you're listening to on Twitter space calls. Listen to the analysts. You got Wedbush. Wall Street analysts broadly lifted price targets on the three stocks, saying the investments are justified as they see the companies benefiting from the AI boom. What boom is going on in GiveBucks, for example? I can't think of the other names. I'm not trying to focus on one of them, just any of them. Wedbush analyst Scott DeWitt wrote in a note to clients that Meta's infusion of AI capabilities across the company's ad stack and content recommendation engines are driving tangible results. He's lifting his price target on Meta. RBC Capital, Royal Bank of Canada, said in his own note that Microsoft's AI footprint and cloud growth remain underappreciated. And he's raised his targets. Needham analyst Laura Martin said Google is leading Gen AI innovation, lifts her price on Alphabet. Amazon was an exception because he married the most available chick in the world. And the overall excitement over big tech AI spending is a reversal from investors' wariness over companies' torrid spending at the beginning of the year. And that's that DeepSeek thing. There's some question about that DeepSeek. Recently, top voices in the investment world, from Jim Chanos to Apollo senior economist Torsten Sieg, have sounded alarm bells that they're in a bubble. And that's something we got to pay attention to, but not everybody's saying that. Quote, the difference between the IT bubble in the 1990s and the AI bubble today is the top 10 companies in the S&P 500 today are more, that's the top 10 S&P companies, that's not Railtown, are more overvalued than they were in the 90s. So it's something we got to pay attention to. Anyway, they go through some quotes on AI. It's all AI. And Cornell professor Karen Giorta says these companies are not tight for cash. They are seeing some signs that their investments will bear fruit. And D.A. Davison Anderson, Gil Loria says the optimism has to do with returns that are 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years out. They're not coming in to flip these stocks. Venture capital is booming. Dated July 31, 2025 on Yahoo Finance. Venture capital is booming, but only if you are in AI. Venture capital is not booming for these other stocks. It's booming for AI. Why the hell not put yourself in front of it? 65% of venture capital funding this year has gone straight to AI startups. That's what Brianna Samuels says, a Wall Street trained VC investor, reveals on Stocks in Translation. That was a video. So I don't think I put anything more up on that video because I can't play the video for you. I don't know how to do it. All right, let's see. Let's see. All right, we got to that video. That's right. Now we got this. Well, one thing I'm going to be able to say when this is all done is I tried. The Financial Times, dated March 9, 2025. The Financial Times. AI frenzy. There's no frenzy in G-Bucks. There's no frenzy in NRGV. AI frenzy leads U.S. venture capital to biggest splurge in 3 years. U.S. startups are raising more cash than at any point since 2021, thanks to investor bullishness about artificial intelligence. But the venture capital market has tilted sharply toward funding of a handful of huge private tech companies. And that's where we are. It always does that. The waterfall is always the top ones first, and it comes down. But I showed you over the last 2 days that the big companies are buying the small companies. More than $30 billion has been invested into fledgling groups this quarter. A further $50 billion of fundraising is also in train as venture capitalists work on major deals involving OpenAI, safe superintelligence, and defense tech. The fervor over AI has led investors to spend at their fastest rate since the market's peak in 2021, a period in which $358 billion flooded into tech groups. But VC groups believe this investment cycle will be different than 21, which I guess got ahead of itself. Quote, AI is a transformative force. AI is a transformative force that makes these companies better, says Hemant Tanjera, chief executive of General Catalyst, Silicon Valley's largest venture firm. One of. Quote, the way to think about it is, can these businesses reasonably grow 10x from where they are? The answer with all of these is yes. So they are reasonably priced, he said. Now he's talking about bigger companies. He's not talking about, obviously, about Railtown. He probably doesn't know about Railtown. After a 2-year slump, U.S. fundraising leapt to about $80 billion in the last quarter. That represented the best fourth quarter since 21. Of course, it's large deals. It's always large deals first. In the past 2 weeks alone, fintech companies Stripe and Ramp have announced funding rounds at the valuations of $91 billion and $13 billion. And AI startups, Anthropic and Shield, have announced deals at $61 billion and $5 billion respectively. VCs are also working on massive investments. OpenAI is in talks with SoftBank to raise $40 billion. And Drill, founded by Palmer Luckey, is in discussions to raise $2 billion at a $30 billion valuation. These more established companies have annual revenues in hundreds of millions or billions of dollars and growing quickly. That makes them relatively safe bets. But the excitement over AI has also boosted younger companies with no revenues, and in some cases, no product. The huge funding rounds being carried out mark a significant departure from traditional venture capitalism, which targets nascent companies and is governed by the power law that states the best startup in a portfolio will more than pay off the losses in the remainder that fail. This is an idea that I've tried to get across to you guys. If you treat your portfolio of all these things we've lost money in, they call it the power law, so that this one is the one that makes up for the losses in the remainder, you're behaving like a venture capitalist. The huge funding rounds are a departure from traditional venture capitalism, which is governed by the power law, which states the best startup in a portfolio will more than pay off for all the other losses. I'm asking you to think that way. The others are asking you to come on here and think I'm unhinged and that somehow I'm not being loyal. We've always thought a ventures fund's 50x return will come from a seed investment. Not all of them. A seed investment which they exited IPO. Now they're changing it to where they're doing big investments. Josh Kushner's Thrive Capital, General Catalyst, Lightspeed's Venture Partners, all have invested in more than one large round. So it's a little, they're bending their strategy. But the original strategy is what I'm trying to get across to you. And you have a chance to grasp it. Each of the three groups have raised billions of dollars. Even the priciest startup can still scale by 10 times, is what enables fund managers to rush in with high enthusiasm. Who cares what I'm paying? I'm just a genius to get in. That's what's going to go on. That's not going to go on with Mingtang International. It is going to go on, I think, with Railtown. But we'll find out. While the chances of an established company falling are slimmer, it's harder to go up 100x. That's true. In 2021, there were about 854 deals of 100 million or more. This year, the total investment is tracking close to that level. They don't give the total number of deals. But the point is, it's tracking close to 854 deals. Obviously, that's not all AI, but a big portion of it is. None of these deals are going to touch these other stocks. None. None will. None is. Starting to get hungry. Starting to get hungry. Everybody outside is having fun. I'm not having fun. And I want to have fun. And instead, I'm being attacked for being unhinged, which might be the most accurate thing they said, but I'm unhinged. Venture capital investment is rising in Los Angeles, not just for AI startups. I'll go through this one quickly, but let's go through it. Venture capitalist firms poured $3.1 billion in 144 deals in the first quarter. Not only funded AI ventures, but other things as well. Blackstone bet big on the future of artificial intelligence by investing $300 million. They have $1 trillion of assets under management. Nobody is investing in these other stocks that way. Here's a big one. All told, venture capital investors and private equities funded 144 deals in LA. LA's fine. Warren Buffett has a $92 billion portion of Berkshire Hathaway's $280 billion portfolio put to work into 8 prominent AI stocks. And you want to fight this trend? You want to go G-Bucks? I'm not saying G-Bucks, maybe that's the one for you. Apple, they put 60 billion. Warren Buffett has 60 billion in Apple. Amazon, 2.1 billion. BYD, I wonder about that one. That's interesting. That would support the finger motion case. He has 2.7 billion in it. And then number 4, he's got 8 billion in Mitsubishi, 7 billion in Tochu, Mitsu 6, Marubeni 3, and Sumato. Arigato. Arigato. All right, let's go over who you're investing with. Let's see if this guy is better than Tony De Niro or all those shills or all these other ideas that are coming to you. Let's see if this guy's judgment about wanting to be partnered with Railtown, let's see if you like this guy. One of Canada's top investors, John Ruffalo, is back from the brink with a $500 million fund. Now, poor Tony De Niro, He can't figure out how they're going to get this funding round done. But maybe John Ruffalo can. Maybe John Ruffalo can. John Ruffalo isn't as famous as some investors, but he's very well known in Canadian business circles. I think there's certain parts down there in Texas, probably not near a cow pasture, but probably down near the theater district, that Tony De Niro is very well known. John Ruffalo isn't as famous as some investors, but he's very well known in Canadian business circles. The long-term head of Arthur Andersen's tech, media, and telecommunications practice, I think for me, I'd rather hitch up to this guy than Tony, who's confused, it seems, by almost anything. John Ruffalo joined OMERS roughly a decade ago when it's a little longer because this is a slightly older article. We'll see if we get a date. John Ruffalo joined OMERS roughly a decade ago when a former colleague became CEO. Guess who I think that is? I think it is. We'll check. I won't make a guess, but I think it's on the website. Roughly a decade ago, when a former colleague became CEO and brought him aboard the pension giant to create a venture fund. The idea was to back the most promising Canadian companies, and Ruffalo, do you see that idea? Backing Canadian companies. And Ruffalo steered the unit into investments like the social media management site Hootsuite. I hope he ran it by Tony De Niro first. The recently acquired storytelling platform Wattpad and the e-commerce platform Shopify, among other deals. The last was particularly meaningful given that OMERS owned around 6% of the company. You guys together, we own 7.5% of this one. It's exciting. The last was particularly meaningful given that OMERS owned around 6% of the company sailing into the 2015 IPO that valued the company at $1.3 billion at the time. But because of pension fund rules, they had to sell the stake. So they didn't get all the upside. That's the thing. Every mandate is different. Every rule book is different. So after helping OMERS subsequently get a growth, Ruffalo, after helping OMERS subsequently get a growth equity unit off the ground, he became antsy and he left to launch his own fund. Then came COVID, and as if the pandemic weren't trying enough, Ruffalo further underwent a harrowing ordeal last September. An avid cyclist, he set out to ride 60 miles one sunny morning, on a country road and was knocked far off his bike by a Mack truck in an accident that shattered most of his bones and left him paralyzed from the waist down. That kind of 1-2 punch might drive someone to the brink. Instead, 6 months and multiple surgeries later, Ruffalo is undergoing training and therapy and intends to ride a bike again someday. He is also very much back to work and just taking the wraps off his new Toronto-based firm, Maverick Private Equity, which has $500 million to invest in traditional businesses that already produce at least $100 million in revenue and are using technology to grow, but could use an outside investor for their first time to really hit the gas. We talked with Ruffalo this morning about the accident and its new fund. You can hear the conversation here. Well, I don't know how to do that. I'll try to do that another time. In the meantime, here are the experts. How are you doing? Ruffalo, well, when somebody says it's great to be alive, it is. I actually never knew how close I was to death, to be honest, until about 8 days after the accident, when I asked for my phone just to kind of see what was going on in the world. There were thousands of messages coming through. And I'm like, what the hell? People were copying various articles. I picked off the first one and it said John suffered a life-threatening injury. And I'm kind of thinking, life-threatening? Why are they saying that? And the doctors came in and said, because it was. We thought you were going to die in the first 48 hours. I subsequently spoke to some of the top physicians in Canada, and they don't understand why I didn't die on impact. That kind of scared me a little bit, but I'm so glad to be alive. And my recovery is far ahead of schedule. It was only within a couple of weeks where I started feeling my legs again. You were basically pulverized. And now you're thinking about your new fund. Are you a workaholic? Ruffalo, some people call it stupid. For the 2 months, my first memory was worrying about my family and stuff. But I have a group of cycling friends. We're called the Les Domestiques, who have committed to cycling, and it's a lot of folks who are investors, CEOs of big banks in Canada. We're all close friends, and they all came to cocoon the family to make sure that nothing went wrong. So very quickly, all of these folks take over every element of the family, and the kids are fine. Everybody was fine. I then had time in the hospital, and I do get antsy. And I started placing the calls to investors who were committing to this fund. I really just wanted to tell them, hey, I'm not dead. All of my faculties are here. Are you still going to be there when I get out of the hospital? Because they're really investing in your track record and you. Can you imagine that Tony De Niro's telling you to stay away from this guy who has all of this kind of backing, and they bank with him, and Tony De Niro is questioning how he gets the deal done? I think the deal will get done. And your opportunity is to buy it before it sees the light of day. It's going to see the light of day one of these times. Ruffalo, that's exactly right. And I got to tell you, it's an interesting comparison. I've had American investors and Canadian investors. American investors are very transactional. They are very fast to come in if they see a great value proposition. Canada, it's not the same thing. In Canada, I'm extremely well known. In Canada, I am extremely well known as an investor, and there it's actually relationship driven, which is both good and bad. It's tough in Canada because they're more conservative. However, they stick with you in bad times. In my case, every single investor, everyone that committed on a pre-COVID came in. Then one in particular doubled the size of the investment. They just felt bad for me. And I was like, hey, dude, I will take that sympathy card anytime. You see a real market for a Canadian-led banking firm to invest in Canadian companies versus taking money from America. Do you think these are going to be toxic fundings? Do you think Tony De Niro's hesitance compares to this? Ruffalo. So now this is going a little bit to the thesis, which is not a new thesis from a US perspective, but it is from a Canadian perspective. The great firms in the United States, like an Insight Partners, like a Madison Dearborn, like Bain Capital, like General Atlantic, like Summit, we don't have any of those in Canada. We have great venture capital firms, and we have great buyout private equity firms. But what's really happening here is the entrepreneurs who are building great businesses are not really tech entrepreneurs. They are just traditional industry entrepreneurs. And really, all I'm doing is planting a Canadian flag and saying, quote, hey, we have a Canadian firm that will lead or highly participate in these deals to help you scale that business, unquote. You're drawing a distinction between old line industry and growth stage tech. Which are you going to go after? Ruffalo. A true technology company is one that builds the tool sets. Do you hear, conductor? The one that builds the tool sets that are used by other businesses to make them bigger, faster, and stronger. And I've been investing in those companies for 10 years with great success. Do you hear, conductor? But there's a massive oversupply of capital in those spaces, particularly in the SaaS software space. It's just not making mathematical sense. And by the way, that was the smallest of the markets that were on the website. Oh, I can't find it. Here it is. So there's a massive oversupply of capital going to the software as a service space. It's just not making mathematical sense on when it comes to a lot of those valuations. Meanwhile, when it comes to financial services, healthcare, travel, these are not tech entrepreneurs, but they are enlightened. We are not introducing technology into those businesses. This is for Mavericks, by the way. They already have it. But in one case, with a travel company, we are looking at closely, they want somebody who understands the travel space and who understands technology and the impact as you scale globally. The profile of the companies that I'm talking about have on average $100 million of top line growth. How much do you own? We are looking for 20% and 40% stakes. There aren't a lot of these massive companies in Canada. Canadians might be a bit more conservative, but the irony is, take a survey and you'll see how many Canadians are running huge firms in the United States or in the Valley. Part of why I got into venture capital was I was so frustrated in the number of companies that were building products but couldn't even generate revenues. Since then, I've solved the Canadian 0 to 10. In other words, where do people go for that amount of money? And then the 10 million to 100 million. But starting around 2016, I started to see companies that had 50 million, 60 million, 70 million in revenue starting to plateau. So the issue is to scale. In Canada, our market is small, so you're forced to sell on a global scale. Many Canadian companies struggle with that. So my focus now is how do we get these companies from 100 million businesses into the 1 billion plus? That, my friends, is John Ruffalo talking about Mavericks. And I personally would listen to his insights, which go to beyond. You've got to read the 10Q, the 10K. This is an article from 2021. With third managing partner and fresh funding, Mavericks is ready to fill the Canadian gap. That's John Ruffalo. You don't recognize him. John Ruffalo's Maverick Private Equity has welcomed a new managing partner, Michael Wasserman, as the private equity firm nears its initial close of $350 million US. With the addition of Wasserman, new members to its investment team and advisory board, more than half of the targeted $500 million in funds is in place. Wasserman joins Mavericks after 17 years Investors in Mavericks are the CAAT Pension Fund, British Columbia Investment Management Corp., Bank of Montreal, Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, and Mattamy Asset Management, and family offices. Ruffalo discusses his plans for Mavericks. Mavericks is a slight departure from Ruffalo's venture investment history. Rather than a pure tech focus, his history is purely tech. The firm is looking to invest in traditional businesses. Around 100 revenue in size. Healthcare, financial services, transportation, logistics, and retail. And Mavericks is pursuing deals for minority positions. While not tech focused, Ruffalo is still coming at Mavericks investing from a tech lens, looking for companies that are heavily utilizing technology. Mavericks' thesis places it somewhere between a growth-focused venture fund and a traditional PE firm. What I'm doing is a hybrid of venture and private equity. I'm going to skip this because I don't know if it helps me. I think you already get the idea that this guy is substantial. Ruffalo touted the benefits of Maverick's thesis for founders. Not being connected to any venture fund, Maverick's claims it can provide startups with a fair market price for their equity. Earlier, first offer to a tech company. Okay, then as a PE fund, Mavericks appears to be a departure from Ruffalo's venture investing roots. It's just the next evolution in Ruffalo's pursuit to fulfill the gaps in the Canadian investment landscape. Something he did when building Omer's Ventures, which helped support the likes of Shopify, Hootsuite, Wattpad, and Wave. The new gap is the one between growth stage and buyout focused private equity funds. Ruffalo said the idea to fill this gap came when he was at Omer's and became something that led him to help build Omer's growth equity. At the time, Ruffalo was leading Omer's Ventures, but had already noticed the gap between late-stage ventures and buyout private equity. At Omer's, but Ruffalo was also never solely making venture deals. Realizing Omer's growth equity was going to be focused on late-stage tech companies and feeling that space was well supplied, he decided to launch his own firm. Ruffalo's play is supported by a notable team of investors. He co-founded Mavericks alongside Maybanks, who was president and CEO of Canaccord Genuity. Do you think they're going to have a problem getting a fair deal done with Canaccord Genuity? Where he led the expansion of their wealth management. Wasserman joins, bringing vast experience in the PE space. Mavericks also brought on Peter Haas, formerly of Omer's Growth Equity, as an associate partner. He joins an investing team, a bunch of people. I won't read it out. So Ruffalo is the vice chair of the Council of Canadian Innovators. He will continue to support Canadian innovation. You will see me in both worlds. I am the father of a son, the son to a father, a General Maximus. And then he says, this is an older article. He's talking about deal flow. But then Ruffalo said, AI has the potential to make mining stock mining, gold and silver mining, more productive and sustainable when the world has a thirst for many of these minerals. If you want to tell me that these guys are the same as the guy that came on with his short shorts from recruiter.com, I'm going to have to ask you to step outside. Oh, all right. All right. You don't need a license for your pet fish. All right. Okay, let's see this one. Almost getting to the end. This is the end, my friend. I might have already read these to you. That would be great news if I already read these to you. So I can say we've been here before. I think I read this to you yesterday. So anyway, they have a group, Build Purpose for Canada, and I think I read it to you before. So I don't think I have to do it again, which gives me great excitement because I want to move on to me. I'm tired of talking about myself. How about you? What do you think about me? All right, let's see what else is here. Garsha Vega. Maybe I can just leave it. We already did that. All right. So I wanted to go back over Corey Brandolini and Marwan Haddad, but I think I might stop at 6. It's been a long day. It's been a long time, been a long time, been a long, lonely time. All right, so Christopher has had his time and he's gone. All right, so I've missed, fortunately, a bunch of messages are missing. Ward Richardson. Okay, I'm back. A friend of mine, Chester, follows my portfolio and we discussed making some changes. Yay! I'll write him down too. That's kind of exciting. That's kind of exciting. Chester. That's the name of, that's the name that Liza Minnelli called Hobson in Arthur. That's awesome. That would be good. So Schwab shut it down at 3:30? That's interesting. Because there were no more trades, Ward, if you're still here. That's interesting. I didn't think of that. Top 10. I didn't do it. I'm a little conflicted on it. All right. Just looking for something to read you, but Hecla Mining. We'll do it another. I'll read to you about Diamondback Energy, Hecla Mining, Anglo Gold Ashanti, but not now. I'm tired. I am tired. So anyway, I'm going to sign off. Thank you to everybody for listening. I know, I guess I make a lot of enemies and I'm wasting time and all that, but for the few, the many, I mean, it's a good number. We're at 10 million and 7.5%. We're as good as, John Ruffalo has his fund. We don't have a fund. We don't have all that, but as a group, for this one story, we're as good as they are, and that can make a big difference. I'll just quickly say that I remain of the opinion that you should exit that entire nightmare of all those other stocks. It's nothing personal. And say to yourself, I'm not going to have my brain and my emotions wired that way anymore. As you know, I've given a lot of ideas and I like a lot of things, but for right now, I think that we're able to buy at the pre-money valuation. Just a term. It's already public, so it doesn't apply, but it's what I think is going to happen. We're getting in at the same price everybody, essentially, when we look back in time, that everybody got in over the last 6 years. It's stopped right now at 60 cents because of the quiet period and because of the short selling attacks, frankly. But as soon as and I shouldn't blame the attorneys, I figure they're neutral and faceless, but probably for very good reasons for our shareholder value. The stock is stopped. It's stalled right here. To me, when it opens up, what does that mean? It means when the news gets discussed, does it take 1 day? Does it take 2 months? Does it take 2 weeks? I don't know. But I think very quickly, the stock goes from 60 cents to $6. I'm calling that the initial public offering. Pre-money IPO. That IPO price, from there, I think if you can wait 18 months, so that might be 19 months, whatever, rough numbers. I think you could see 60, let's say by the end of next year, going into the following year. This is the kind of returns but this is the only part right now that I think we can see clearly. This is the only part. In my opinion, there's no price discovery, but when there is, it'll jump to 6. It could go higher, it could go lower, I guess. But I've also tried to show to you that there's a lot of money coming into the space. There's a lot of money backing Ruffalo. There's a lot of money backing Brandolini, and I'm not trying to leave out any names. Canaccord's there. You're able to buy this at 50 cents, 60 cents. And to me, it's just the easiest swap. Yes, you might miss out that one of these stocks goes up to 7 before it crashes back down. But it's just such an obvious relief to get out of a small leaking wooden boat and heft it up on the warm yacht that towers above you and quickly get in to the berth and be able to take a quick shower, dry off, and go into the warm mess hall, well, not mess hall, but a little dining area with everybody else where it's warm, and you can enjoy your time on the sea instead of being buffeted in all directions and so confused and so desperate. Anyway, I'm not going to sign off with that. I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that. Not today. Too tired. Anyway, peace to everybody. I pray that Donald Trump sends an aircraft carrier, the U.S. Navy, off the shore of Gaza Strip, bringing food, medicine, personnel, and frankly, soldiers, and drives the Israelis back behind the wall and takes care of 2 million people who are starving in a modern world, are starving to the point that they no longer even look human. Anyway, that's my prayer tonight. I pray to peace for all of you. Thanks for signing in.